Oh, mag ik? Ja, sorry. Ik vraag altijd direct. Wat is een wenselijke? Vandaag is de laatste zaak. Als ik niet de laatste heb, dan ben ik aan het laatste, maar de laatste zaak. Ja. De Nederlandse staat over gerelateerde Airbus. Ja, en in het laatste de betrekking moet u zien. Oké. Nee, morgen.
Yeah. There your name is there. It's, I believe, your office.
Je bent de meest toegewijde jury. Niet jury, ja? Een speciale prijs voor jou, denk ik. Dat is geweldig.
Welcome everyone, members of the public jury, prosecutors, witnesses. In my capacity as clerk of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, the CICC, I hereby declare this court in session. The case will be heard by chairing Judge Radha D'Souza, Judge Razihan Maharaj, Judge Sharon H. Venn, and Judge Nicholas Hildyard.
Good morning, members of the jury. We are present here to hear evidence on charges that have been brought to this court. All of you in this room, you are present here as members of the jury. This is the court for intergenerational climate crimes. In this court, the law that applies is the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. You will have received a copy of the Act, and the Act is on page 24 of the yellow booklet that you have received. As members of the jury, please keep in mind that the law that applies here is not the law that you may be accustomed to outside this court. You are present here amidst ancestors, and you see them around here who are present with you. These ancestors are also witnesses to intergenerational climate crimes. And we hope that their spirit will be with you when you make important decisions that you will be called upon to make later in the day. As members of the jury, I also want to remind you that you are here not as yourself, as a person in your own right, but you are here as ancestors of future generations. Each and every one of you are ancestors to generations that are to come. And it is important to bear that in mind when we make decisions. It is not about you, but it is about the generations that follow you. With those responsibilities, these are very serious and important responsibilities. And therefore, it is your duty to pay careful attention to the evidence that will be presented to you today, to be attentive and to reflect on what is said today here, and to make responsible decisions at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, you will be invited to vote on the evidence. With those remarks to the jury, I will now pass you on to the clerk of the court for further information on the proceedings.
I call case number 4 of 2021. The complainants are Comrades of the Netherlands, Comrades past, present and future in Europe, Comrades past, present and future in Libya and Yemen, Comrades past, present and future seeking asylum and refuge in Europe versus Airbus and the State of the Netherlands.
May I now call upon our prosecutor, Radha D'Souza, on behalf of the people of Netherlands, to give us her evidence. Radha D'Souza is researcher and campaigner at the Stop Arms Trade. Please present your case on behalf of the Comrades of Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you. I work for a small independent peace organization, and we research and campaign against arms trade and the arms industry, and we are closely following Airbus. And in this talk I will tell you why. I will tell something about what kind of a company Airbus is, I will tell about the exports of Airbus Defence and Airbus Space. I will tell about their lobbying power, their corruption, and how the company deals with greenhouse gas emissions. Can I have the first slide, please? Well, Airbus is known for its commercial airplanes, but it is also the second biggest military company in Europe. Airbus makes military fighter aircraft, military helicopters, missiles, satellites, and military communication systems. It also helped to build new missiles for French nuclear weapons. They are built by company MBDA, which is also partly owned by Airbus. MBDA made the M51 nuclear missile for the French Navy and the ASMPA nuclear missile for the French Air Force. Can I have next slide? Airbus is also market leader in border security equipment, and later today Kashev will tell you more about that. Airbus is a European company. Most of the production capacity is based in Germany, France and Spain, and the governments of these countries hold stakes in the company, and the headquarters is based in Toulouse, France. Airbus has a legal establishment in the Netherlands, presumably because the Netherlands has a sympathetic tax system for big international corporations. That's also the reason why our organization has a very tiny share in Airbus, so we can go into the shareholder meeting and ask critical questions. Next slide. There's also some production facility of Airbus in the Netherlands, in Leiden, where Airbus is part of a cluster of space technology companies. Space technology is essential for modern warfare, much more than guns and tanks. Only last week, France launched 2 new Airbus satellites, one for civil communication and the other one for military communication for all of the French armed forces. Next slide. Here you see the top 100 of biggest arms companies in the world. It's presumably a bit difficult to see from a distance, but Airbus is on place number 12 of all the global arms companies. The proportion of defense profits and civil profits vary from year to year. In 2020, the total defense revenue was 7% higher than in 2019 and comprised 21% of the total revenue. According to Airbus CEO Faury, it was good that Airbus had a military production in the corona year 2020 because the commercial aircraft activities were lower due to the pandemic. So they could make up with the military production. And this year, 2021, Airbus shares have already risen again for 25%, so business is recovering, although the company suffers from general lack of materials and slow recovering in Asia like all other big international industries. Next slide. Airbus Defence is exporting all over the world, also to countries at war and to regimes that violate human rights. A big customer is Saudi Arabia, which is no surprise, as Saudi Arabia is the biggest importer of weapons in the world. It's a perfect circle. In this way, the money Western countries spend on Saudi oil flows back to the pocket of Western companies. On the slide, which now disappeared, here's the slide. You see a Saudi Typhoon fighter jet, built by a consortium of British company BAE Systems and French and German Airbus, mainly. Saudi Arabia is certainly not the only customer of the Typhoon fighter jet in the Middle East. Oman received 12 Typhoon fighter jets recently, Kuwait ordered 28 in 2016, and Qatar ordered 24 in 2018. And other products are also on sale. The United Arab Emirates last year launched an Airbus military spy satellite. Turkey bought Airbus transport aircraft, the A400M. It is this type of aircraft that most likely is used for illegal Turkish arms deliveries to Libya, while there was a UN arms embargo against this country in an attempt to temper the civil war in Libya. Airbus also sells to other parts of the world. It sells to both India and Pakistan. It sells to Colombia. It sells a lot to Kazakhstan. After the killing of Saudi journalist Khashoggi in 2018, several European countries imposed an arms embargo on Saudi Arabia, which is actually a bit painful, because at that time Saudi Arabia was already for some years in war in Yemen, and it was bombing civilians and blocking food supplies for Yemen. Next slide. It took the death of a journalist writing for Western newspapers before action against the Saudis was taken. However, due to this arms embargo, Germany wanted to block the sale of 48 new Typhoon fighter aircraft to Saudi Arabia. It had already 27 Typhoon fighter aircraft, and they use it in their bombing campaigns in Yemen. Well, you understand the arms industry was furious about this idea of the German government because it's $1 million deal, and now it should have been blocked because of human rights and peace considerations. So most probably several urgent phone calls were made from the industries to governments, because the British Foreign Minister and the French Minister of Defense rushed to Berlin to tell Angela Merkel to lift this arms embargo. The CEO of Airbus, Tom Enders, threatened to move projects to other countries which did not care that much about human rights, and he warned that Airbus should start making German-free products. Airbus also threatened with legal actions against Germany over border security contracts that it might lose due to this arms export ban. Next slide. Can I have the next slide? Here you can see how the conflict was solved. Merkel and Macron invited at an industry conference in Toulouse. You see them here having dinner in an Airbus plane at the Airbus plant in Toulouse. Angela Merkel is not really looking too happy, I think, because she lost the moral argument, and France and Germany decided here that France and Germany would leave each other's arms exports alone. It is remarkable that the arms industry has much influence over politics. To start with, there's a lot of lobby. In Brussels alone, Airbus had at least 3 lobby companies working for it all the time. And there is also a lot of personal overlap between politics and military industry. Take the case of Georges Domecq, former chief executive of the European Defence Agency. Can I have a slide showing him? This is Mr. Domecq. The European Defence Agency is the link between the European institutions and the military industry. It coordinates investments in defence and military research to strengthen European military production. Airbus has a direct financial relation with this agency, for example, through an ongoing contract for satellite communications, which is worth tens of millions of euros. Mr. Domecq was the most senior officer of this agency. He was one of the top civil servants of the European Union. He left his office in 2019, and only 6 months later, media announced that he had a new job as head of public affairs and strategic advisor for Airbus Defence and Space. The European Defence Agency then had to start an assessment procedure to check if there was any conflict of interest. Actually, this should have been done before Mr. Domecq took the job. By the time this assessment was finalized, Domecq had already been on Airbus pay list for almost a month. And although potential conflict of interest were found, he is still in the job, and his job was approved by the European authorities. Peace organizations, including the network where I belong to, filed complaints against this at the European Ombudsman, who ruled that we were right and that the European Defence Agency should have forbidden its former chief executive to become a strategic advisor for Airbus. But until today, he is in this job. Next slide. Besides lobbying, the company promotes its products at arms fairs and exhibitions. 2 weeks ago, Airbus was promoting its security equipment at Minipol in Paris. You see that on the slides. Minipol is a fair for military equipment for police and security forces. Brazilian security forces are amongst the clients of Airbus. They use Airbus helicopters in operations in the favelas in Rio de Janeiro. In the fight with drug gangs, the security forces fire machine guns from the helicopters into residential areas. Since 2012, hundreds of innocent people have been injured or killed as a kind of collateral damage in these operations. In the picture on the right, you see school children protesting and mourning the death of a 12-year-old boy killed by machine guns from a police helicopter in the Rio favelas in 2018. Next slide. We also have corruption. Arms deals are perfect for corruption. There are huge sums of money at stake, and decisions are taken by very few people in an atmosphere of secrecy. It's estimated that 40% of all global corruption takes place in the arms trade. Airbus is no exception and is subject to several investigations. The biggest investigation ended last year when Airbus agreed to pay a 3.6 billion fine in a case involving more than 20 countries all over the world, including Colombia, Ghana, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. Completely fake companies had been set up by Airbus to redirect money and hide bribery from view. It is remarkable that the company paid the fine and that responsible individuals have been precluded from prosecution. The employees of big companies can simply buy their way out of trouble. Bribery on this scale has a damaging effect on the countries where the bribes are paid. Governments pay higher prices. They may even waste millions on complete unnecessary products. Essential services like education and healthcare are deprived of much needed funds as a result. Last topic I want to mention is greenhouse gas emissions. The military has no reduction obligation under the Climate Treaty of Paris, so it also has no reporting obligation either. But researchers have deduced from other sources that military emissions from the Pentagon alone are comparable to those of an average country like Sweden. The Air Force is responsible for about 70% of all military emissions. Airbus is well aware of climate change being a potential risk for its company and its business, and is dedicating many pages in its annual report on sustainability, claiming that sustainability is truly becoming part of its DNA. Can I have the next slide? Airbus wants to develop the world's first zero-emission hydrogen aircraft to enter service by 2035. Previous plans for hydrogen aircraft have been shelved in 2010 due to technical issues that are still not solved. So the time frame is a bit optimistic. Hydrogen is still far from being a mature technology. It will also need a complete new type of planes and a completely new infrastructure. And to do so only fits for short and middle distance flights. So what to do with the military planes of Airbus? Military emissions can also be reduced by blending kerosene with sustainable air fuel. This is tried, amongst others, at Leeuwarden Air Base in the Netherlands. The 5% biofuel is blended with the kerosene of F-16 fighter planes. The British Ministry of Defence recently claimed that to blend 50% sustainable aviation fuel in Royal Air Force planes by 2035, including in Typhoon fighter jets. But it is very unlikely, because sustainable air fuel can either be biofuel or synthetic fuel, and biofuel is often unsustainable when it comes from plantations at the expense of food production and biodiversity, or it is very limited available when waste-based, like in the experiment in Leeuwarden Air Base. You can also try synthetic air fuel or e-fuel, but this happens to be an extremely wasteful way of producing energy with a very inefficient energy ratio. And alternative fuels for the military will have to compete over the scarce resources with civil aviation and road transport. So the E0 project of Airbus will not lead to an emission-free aviation. Rather, it's a way to greenwash the pollution products of the aviation industry, wanting to make us believe that clean solutions are just around the corner. Well, these are my complaints against Airbus. So, if there's any questions.
Thank you for that very precise and sharp presentation of your case against Airbus. May I now ask the judges, Sharon Ben, Nicholas Hildyard, Rasigan Maharaj, do you have any questions or clarifications? Please.
Thank you very much, Wendell, for the presentation. You know, as I hear you speak as well, there's something that I hope we can clarify, but in a broader sense as well. The liberal author, George Orwell, wrote a few books. I'm sure some of them are very popular. But 1984 wasn't a manual. Yeah? And I think it's quite important then, as you spoke about this difference between civil and military is more pronounced. And because of that, the use of the word defense to describe the industry itself, I think we need to, you know, be very clear about it. Yeah. It is a military organization that you're talking about. And so I just wanted your comment about that, because in most of the materials we see, it's promoted as a defense industry. Yeah? And in terms of the context of this court, what is it a defense against? If it's aggressive in what it's doing. So those are the points I'd like to have clarified, Wendell, please. Yeah?
Well, I agree with you that defense is a misleading term. It's used commonly, so I tend to take it, but it's indeed a military industry, and the line between military and civil is in most companies a bit blurred, and like for example with the research into greenhouse gas technology, you can expect military industries as well as civil industries to try to get money from transition funds to develop new technology also for the military to become more sustainable bombers or something like that, to have a more sustainable warfare, which is a strange concept. And your second question, what is it defending about? Yeah, against. Yeah, well, I think the most important threat of the world right now, apart from the pandemic, which is also, in fact, an environmental threat with an environmental cause, is climate change. And the military is by no means able to protect us against climate change. So if we want to defend ourselves, we should redirect the funds that we use now for the military to really change our society in a more sustainable society.
Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any other questions from the judges? Nick, do you have Sharon, Wen?
Yes, actually picking up on that, thank you very much for the presentation, which was very, very clear. Just picking up on that last conversation and broadening beyond Airbus, the fact that the military are looking for transition funds to have sustainable bombers, I wonder whether that calls into question the labeling of, windmills, solar collectors, etc., as green technologies, clean technologies, when it's not the emissions from, or lack of emissions of CO2 from those technologies that may be the most important thing overall. It's what the energy that they produce is used for. And there's nothing very green or clean about a windmill that powers a drone that's intended to bomb someone. And I wonder whether you could sort of reflect a bit on what the Airbus case asks us to question about the narrative on green energy and indeed the energy transition that maybe is occluded by a lot of the vocabulary that's used. Because I think this would be helpful for us for interpreting the statute on intergenerational climate crimes. That's one question. And then the second question is a fairly technical one, really, which is, do you know how much tax is evaded by by having Airbus using Dutch companies?
So to start with the second question, no, we don't know. We know that there are several financial holdings from other military companies as well in the Netherlands. Most of the big military companies have a financial holding in the Netherlands, and we do not know what actually happens there because that's all secret between our tax officers and these companies. We would really like to know it because, well, in fact, they are profiting double. Most weapons are bought by governments, and then they also evade the taxes that should be used to keep governments and countries running. Not that we think companies would be nice if they would pay taxes over their destructive products. The first question is more complex, I think. Well, in general, I think you can say for the military industry, but also for most of the civil transport and everything we produce, if we really want to cut emissions, we should have less. So we think if we really want to cut military emissions, we should reduce the military, which is actually not happening. The defense budgets are going up last years. Even there's COVID poverty coming up, but defense budgets are also going up, and there's a strong pressure from NATO to raise the Western defense budgets. But we think we should just have less military for emission reasons, for other reasons as well, but also for emission reasons. Does that answer your question?
Actually, I think it's it does answer. It's a part answer, and thank you very much for it. But I think what I'm puzzling about is whether actually we should consider it a climate crime to view the climate crisis as just an issue of molecules in the wrong place, too much CO2 or whatever. That actually what we do with the energy that we produce, whether produced by windmills or by oil, is the really central question as to whether the activities that we indulge in and promote constitute climate crimes. I mean, I'm very struck by this idea of a sustainable bomber, simply because you've added a bit of ethanol, probably from a plantation somewhere, into the fuel. I mean, this really calls into question a lot of the language that we use, I think. And I wonder whether this case doesn't raise a broader question, which is whether this very narrow focus and in defining the climate crisis as just a matter of molecules in the wrong place isn't missing the point and isn't itself a climate crime. It's a question. I mean, maybe I should. It is a broad question.
I think, well, bombing is in itself also an environmental crime, not only because you damage the environment, but also, well, we are the environment, we are nature, so we are damaged, humans are damaged. So yes, war is a crime against environment as well as against all kinds of rights people have, right to live in the first place.
Thank you for that. May I now, I'm also very struck by this idea of sustainable bombers, and if I can come back to that. Do you think that the way we define climate and the climate crisis as something to do with nature that is outside of us and has nothing to do with people? So we fall for this logic that somehow we can't destroy the environment, but it's okay to bomb people. And that duality of nature and people that is so much entrenched in our ways of thinking and definition of climate and what constitutes climate, would you say that is at least partly responsible for this whole idea of a sustainable bomber? That we need to start thinking of people and nature as part of the same ecosystem, if you like.
Well, yes, but when I look at the military thinking, when I look, for example, at what NATO, the huge military alliance is how they are looking at the climate problem right now, their major problem is how are we going to defend the Western world against all the problems that climate change will create. So fencing off Europe and United States from all these poor people that could go on the move and could come here because they need a place to live. Also, they look at what possibilities does climate change offer us, like a melting Arctic. We should go there, or the Russians should go there, or the Chinese should go there, so we should be there first. And maybe there's oil or something else to find there. So that's their first priority. And then in the very end, the very last priority is that they want to look if the military does contribute to climate change. And if it is not harming their military capacity, they should change a bit the way they operate or the way the weapons they use. So in the military thinking, there's actually not really a climate problem. There's a climate opportunity and a changing strategic environment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That is very helpful. I just want to push you on one more issue. You talked about Airbus having its headquarters in Netherlands and the tax benefits that they get and the holding companies, which are all financial dealings. But I hear that Netherlands is very much an active member of NATO, and NATO is the main user of Airbus equipment and gear. So to what extent does the national security discourse, which is always secret because it's never disclosed to anybody, any national security, even if in a democracy, national security issues are not matters of public. To what extent does the national security discourse and the non-transparency of national security allow corporations like Airbus as a cover to act under that cover and to continue what they do?
How to answer this question? Because it's about secrecy. Yes, well, as I said, there is a very close link between the military and the political circles, and many debates going on there are not known to us. We will not know what exactly is decided. We think one of the reasons, but Valentina will address that better, I think. One of the reasons that it is for us as an organization, Stop Wapenhandel, Stop Arms Trade, very difficult to stop the arms trade is because there are many military and strategic interests to export arms to a country like Saudi Arabia, although it seems to be against any kind of humanitarian law. Doesn't make sense from the perspective of human rights. So the military and the strategic interests always overrule any kind of humanitarian interest. That is what we see, and it is very difficult to even discuss this because it is, sort of holy, or it's national pride, or it's, I don't know, it's the thing we always are fighting against, this ideology.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now ask members of the jury if you have any questions for Wendela de Vries. If you want any clarifications from her, please ask her your question. Is there anybody who wishes to ask Wendela any question? Yes. I think somebody is bringing the mic to you.
Very much. Thank you very much for your beautiful presentations and for the subsequent questions afterwards. I think it's also indeed a very interesting question regarding the sustainable bomber, but I suppose that any question relating to either taking CO2 emissions as a starting point, or rather energy input or output, might also be the domain of climate justice. Isn't this solved within thinking about what kind of things come out of such thing as seeing climate change discourse only from the framework of emission reduction? Aren't we also looking at energy input and output anyways? Because it's a matter of justice. That's my question, or remark, as to say. Thank you.
Well, yes, I agree. It's the whole system, the whole military system from the Western world is to keep the Western world rich and to keep the rest of the world to our advantage. So yeah, you can have a green army, but the whole strategic thinking behind the army is based on injustice, and especially on. It's also in all the strategic papers. One of the first things is that the military is there to defend the interests of the alliance of the countries where the military is for. So it's about getting the raw materials to the factories without interruption, and especially also making sure that the raw materials are not going to our big competitor China.
Okay. Thank you very much for your input this morning, and I will now request the clerk of the court to please read the first charge for today.
I will be reading the first charge that you can find in the charge sheet in the dossier that was placed on your seats upon entry. The first charge concerning Comrades past, present and future in Europe. And it reads as following. Defendant number 1, Airbus, jointly and severally with defendant number 2, the State of the Netherlands, is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act in Europe by engaging in the following activities. It is alleged inter alia that 1. Airbus acts as a mercenary by designing, manufacturing and selling weapons of mass destruction, knowing that those weapons are intended for inflicting serious injury and killing of communities and destroying ecologies in the weakened and poor states outside Europe. 2nd, the State of the Netherlands took a leadership role in Europe in 1948 to establish the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, and formed a consortium of European states that could collectively wage wars against other weakened and/or poorer states and profit from the wars by using weapons of mass destruction produced by Airbus. 3, that the State of the Netherlands allowed Airbus to establish its registered office in the Netherlands to empower Airbus to produce weapons of mass destruction. 4, that Airbus spawned an extended family of Airbus corporations as legal persons across Europe, all of whom engage in production of weapons of mass destruction with the intention of escaping responsibility for their action. 5, that the State of the Netherlands has joined all the major wars waged by the United States of America against the weakened and poor states around the world, including the War on Terror, with a view to profiting from these wars and thereby compromise the independence of the Dutch people and reduce them to a subservient state of the United States of America. 6, that the State of the Netherlands misled the people by signing international treaties on arms sales and arms control, wrongly leading them to believe that the Netherlands had peaceful intentions towards weakened and poor nations outside of Europe, when in fact it was providing legal channels and basis for aiding, abetting and inciting Airbus to expand its extended family network of Airbus corporations through multiple nationality, subsidiarity and transactional arrangements. This was done so that Airbus could continue to design, manufacture and sell weapons of mass destruction, and so the State of the Netherlands could use and profit from the use of these weapons under the shield of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, of which it is a member. These activities, if proved to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures and ecosystems under Section 3A, B, C, and D of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
I will now call upon our first witness, who's Valentina Azarova, to present her evidence before this court. Valentina Azarova is an international legal academic and practitioner and legal advisor to the Global Legal Action Network, or GLAN. Valentina will address the court directly and use slides in support of her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an honor to have been invited by this People's Court to testify about the legal frameworks that facilitate and enable arms trade, to situate them in a wider political, legal, and societal context, and to identify areas that need to be rethought by social justice movements as part of the paths of action in defense of climate justice for humans and non-humans. First slide, please. Specifically, the aim of my testimony is to assist the court to understand the role of existing laws, legal institutions, and procedures that purport to regulate the arms trade in legitimizing participation in violence, and obscuring the relations and responsibilities of state and corporate actors, and in denying access to justice for structural violence, such as in the case of Yemen. My experience and relative expertise in this area includes 15 years of practice and research in international law, and various work more recently that has produced key revelations about the operation of the laws that enable and facilitate arms trade, to which I will speak, from investigations by the media group Lighthouse Reports, to which I assisted, and the ongoing interrogation of domestic institutions through legal mobilization related to the Yemen conflict by various social movements, some of which are represented here visually. While this knowledge is being produced and is held collectively by affected communities, social movements, and various legal groups, there are differences in organizational missions and approaches to the role of law, to which I will come back and close, that have contributed to the lack of coherence and momentum for change. Next slide, please. The ATT came into force in December 2014 after several years of negotiations due to the under influence of hegemons, including the corporate lobby. Many of its key provisions were either watered down or rendered indeterminate. And more importantly, the treaty's implementation was relegated to states' domestic implementing regimes, including national export control laws, institutions, and procedures on which the treaty provides no guidance and for which it provides no form of international monitoring or enforcement. In the absence of any international oversight, the ATT casts national licensing authorities as the key implementers of the treaty, subject only to very limited supervision by domestic courts and parliaments. It is through this domestication of this international regime intended ostensibly to end involvement and profiteering of arms supplying actors in organized violence that the ATT became the infrastructure of irresponsibility and organized complicity for arms selling states and corporates. The treaty includes a twofold regulatory regime of prohibitions, one in Article 6 for transfers that occur in the knowledge of certain high threshold violations by the buyer, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, and grave breaches. These are extremely difficult to prove and have been interpreted evasively. 2, in Article 7, in case of transfers for which there is risk of likelihood of the arms misuse in serious international law violations. In practice, states have almost ignored the Article 6 prohibitions and instead proceeded to implement the future-facing risk test to all transfers in a highly discretionary manner. Next slide, please. This has included various dynamic interpretations, such as managing heightened risk through managing heightened forms of risk as short of overriding risk by stretching what is meant by mitigating measures to extend to political assurances and ineffective investigative mechanisms such as the one maintained by the Saudi-UAE coalition for actions in Yemen. It has also included disputing the seriousness of violations as isolated incidents instead of patterns, and refusing to adopt positions on the legality of buyer states or on whether the assistance thereto entails the supplier's complicity. It has included emphasizing the misuse of the weapon type or even specific weapons sold by the supplier instead of paying regard to the general conduct of the buyer state, as well as privileging economic and political interests and relying on privileged information despite ongoing violations, and claiming that arms that would, quote, contribute to or undermine international peace are in fact forms of political leverage that could further peace. Next slide, please. This is further compounded by a set of structural exclusions of certain types of activities and control measures that are not regulated at all. Foremost, and most surprising perhaps, is the absence of an obligation to conduct any post-export controls after a license is issued. This means that states are only strongly recommended to do so, including in the latest amendments to the EU Common Position from 2019. Most states don't have any controls, and even though their companies and diplomatic missions are often aware and have been revealed to be so of information of serious violations, they are not required to act on such information in any way. Secondly, the relaxed and long-term licensing of post-sale servicing relationships, such as training and maintenance, which has included personnel of the UK company BAE being embedded in the Royal Saudi Air Force, or personnel and the company's offices of the French Naval Group being in a long-term partnership with the Egyptian army. There are also looser controls for joint projects, intra-European licenses, and other non-sensitive extant licenses. And finally, no controls for the actions of international organizations, such as the Organization for Joint Armament Cooperation, which is, along with Airbus, maintaining Turkey's air bridge with Libya. Due to the rigid secrecy around decision-making procedures, let alone specific licensing decisions, the dynamic and permissive interpretations that you see here have been exposed through independent investigations and legal challenges, especially in the Yemen context very recently, to which I will return. The ATT in sum has become a mechanism that successfully privileges state economic and political interests, akin to what Scott White calls a zone of non-responsibility, a zone in which officials are able to rely on their legal obligation as a way of evading the very question of responsibility and the consequences for their decisions. Next slide, please. Due to the monopoly that states maintain over the use of force in international law, the question of armed assistance is a serious political matter, and only states can decide on such transactions, whether they are undertaken by states or private actors. Several areas of international law include rules that prohibit assistance and aid to another actor's violations. In the international law on state responsibility, there are several forms of wrongful assistance. There are several provisions in thematic specialized bodies of law, such as human rights and humanitarian law, that define the principal violations, but also the ways in which bystander third states must act to ensure that their own actions do not harmfully impact the conditions and causes for violations to continue. What appears to be potentially powerful communitarian and solidarist norms have in practice at best indirectly informed judicial reasoning and governmental legal advice, and have been subject to a highly selective and politicized practice. Many exceptions to the point that they have seldom been adjudicated by domestic and international bodies. Next slide, please. To add to the elusiveness of such forms of shared responsibility, the ATT economizes arms supply relationships and subjects them to the liberal proceduralism of domestic export licensing systems, thus obscuring their inherently political function in state-to-state relations. By bringing them into the mercantile space, these dealings are then subject to regulation by the highly elusive so-called business and human rights soft law. These standards and complaint mechanisms under which businesses' home states are required to encourage businesses to self-regulate, and companies can pursue often subversive due diligence processes with a wide margin of mitigation and very limited forms of regulation for extraterritorial activities, which is in line with the limits of international human rights law. Business and human rights standards, therefore, have created a world in which NGOs are consumed with various implementation initiatives, contributing to a clear apology for the rise of the corporation to unprecedented influence and power under the neoliberalism. The existence of separate legal lenses for states and corporate actors, next slide please, reinforces the division of labor between states and corporations, obscuring the way business dealings in this area are intrinsically linked with and service state political interests and are entangled with colonial continuities that pursue political subjugation and economic exploitation, only now mostly through state corporations. Meanwhile, in prominent cases, so-called defense cooperation agreements structure such relations, which in the case of the UK and Saudi Arabia date back to the 80s. One of these secret government-to-government agreements, signed in '86 and still governing UK assistance, includes a blanket commitment to remain available for arming and support of the Saudi Arabian, of the Saudi Royal Air Force during active armed conflict, without reference to the conflict's authorization or lawfulness, which was agreed by the UK Ministry of Defence against UK Foreign Commonwealth Office advice. Such agreements are explicitly excluded from the ATT's ambits, even though all sales are ostensibly regulated by the ATT. All we know is that both the agreements and their manifestly unlawful commitments and the supply relations have remained largely intact. Next slide, please. The ATT's consolidation of this disjointed framework for state and corporate responsibilities has further restricted possibilities to claim justice for the consequences of wrongful assistance. Efforts to challenge the enduring complicity of Western arms suppliers in the armed violence that plagues Yemen, an international conflict that began around the time, several months after the ATT's entry into force and has produced one of the world's worst humanitarian and environmental crises, threatens the very inhabitability of the land, have revealed the rigidities and irresponsibility, the rigidities of irresponsibility, the limited oversight by courts and parliaments, and the limited remedies available to affected communities. The surge since 2016 in primarily administrative but also criminal challenges against governments and corporate officials in Europe, North America, even South Africa, counting around 10 jurisdictions altogether, have revealed a number of access barriers, including the lack of transparency, restricted jurisdictional scopes, and limited scopes of challenge. In various ways, despite concerted efforts and great ingenuity by affected communities, social movements, and NGO coalitions, these barriers and the limits of legal imaginaries bar the possibility of challenging the role of the political economy of the global arms trade in conditioning and fueling organized violence, even in the bleakest cases of protracted intergenerational processes of structural violence. The turn to the ICC by one coalition of rights groups as a form of structural critique of the legitimizing role of domestic and international laws in organized violence, though a far cry from what is within the reach of the ICC's current prosecutorial agenda, is one attempt to liberate from these structures. In close, next slide please. This devastating lived experience of transnational arms control laws provided by the Yemen context reminds those of us who work with international law that we should be more careful not to confuse our progressive interpretive agendas with the ways in which states and corporations use the elusive regulatory frameworks of the ATT, of complicity laws, and of business and human rights that maintain irresponsibility and collude with the hegemonic policies of neoliberal militarism. We should be looking to unthink and redress not only the persistent denial of unaccountable acts of violence conditioned by military assistance, but also the underlying policy preferences of the ostensible controls and checks in such laws. For instance, the way law structures the strategic autonomy of the so-called defense sector, while enabling justification and denial of responsibility for state-led military cooperation relations. In the interim, of course, some tactical work can nevertheless be done within such institutions, getting international bodies to adopt new approaches to accountability for military assistance, getting business and human rights institutions to set out clear responsibilities for the so-called defense sector, pursuing accountability through the International Criminal Court, domestic criminal trials to create social deterrence, and pursuing broader and more holistic reparation agendas by conflict-promoting actors as part of a broader restorative accountability agenda, including compensation for de-development and migratory reparations. While doing so, we should be more explicit about the ways in which our tactics are alive to hegemonic legal instrumentalism and human rights populism, and are committed to resisting and unmaking them. And that no legal fix will remedy the policy choices preferenced by legal processes and practice, and generative of the current injustices to humans and non-humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina Azarova, for your expert evidence on the legal frameworks, asking us to unthink the law. I will now ask the judges if they have any questions for Valentina, Nicholas Hildyard, Rasigan Maharaj, Sharon Wen. Any questions or clarifications? Yeah.
So thank you very much, Valentina. Now, as I hear you speak as well, there are technical aspects which are raised, which seem, if you'd excuse this, quite dense. Yeah, and inside it, I'm sure, and that's what you refer to as the imagineering, the frameworks itself. But I wonder whether it would be useful to all of us if we are quite clear about what it is that we are speaking about. Yeah. From how I understood and what was presented and some of the other reports that you referenced, it seems pretty obvious. The object of these things being produced is destruction. So I wonder why we keep using all this other language to describe something like that. See, if it's a hammer, it does particular things. So this unthinking, for us to unthink, I really think we need to be quite clear about the industry that we're speaking about, its particular purpose, its evolution, and then in terms of us thinking about the future, us also making a point, is this socially useful if its object is social destruction? Yeah. So if you don't mind making a comment specifically about then, are all of this legal tract specifically designed to obscure the actual nature of the industry we're speaking about? Thank you.
To be very clear, I believe that the histories and the politics around these processes, the way certain instruments have been adopted, initiatives behind them, but also the way they've been implemented and the practice around them, has very unfortunately made possible neoliberal militarism in the ways that you have described. So I think the purpose is very much to enable the destructive potential, and moreover to occlude and make less possible and potentially even completely outside of our reach, the possibility of resisting war, and even discussing the legality of war has become quite a common taboo within certain NGOs, within certain legal circles that unfortunately do take part in the neoliberal human rights project. I hope that answers your question.
Do you have a question?
Much, Valentina. It was a really excellent presentation and very illuminating. I've got a couple of questions. One is about the Arms Trade Treaty. What was it that led to the Arms Trade Treaty? What was being responded to? Why was there thought to be a necessity to bring in this treaty? What was there an effort to blunt something through this treaty? There's one question, and I'll come to the other one.
I think it's related to the previous question, of course, and it has many answers. I think a simple answer would be that a simple answer would be that well, the industry took a very important part in the treaty's making. In fact, there was quite an unfortunate hijacking of the negotiations process. A very, very sad story of that, and I think Vandela might also offer some thoughts to that. So it's very clear whose interests prevailed. The industry's interests. And states, of course, in the state corporate tie-ups have a lot that they want to achieve and accomplish through the industry. So the model of state corporations in this area of military and so-called defense cooperation with other states and its interlinkages with political influence and trade and so forth as new forms or continued forms of colonial domination. I think that those were embedded in the ways that the supposed regulations, and what we imagine to be tools that are supposed to constrain such trade and such activities, have actually turned out to be to service and enable a very different kind of and set of activities.
Just to be clear, was the treaty a response to growing resistance against the arms trade, to concerns in the wider public about the arms trade, and to calls for real regulation with teeth that would have perhaps blunted the arms trade?
Absolutely. The treaty was a response to outrage, both by civil society and social movements around, for instance, the fact that the arms used by the Saddam Hussein regime were provided by Western nations, but also the amount of human suffering that was being caused through arms trade. But it is the process of negotiating the treaty. That was the point at which different interests prevailed.
To be clear, the Netherlands is a party to the treaty and was part of the process that the Netherlands government. Was it, in your experience, on the side of those who wanted stronger regulation, or was it part of those who have thought to blunt regulation through the treaty?
I believe that I do not know exactly. I can come back to you on precisely its position throughout the negotiations, but my understanding and recollection is that it was certainly not on the side of those who were looking to genuinely negotiate a treaty to end harmful arms trade.
And just a couple of, one question, just to clarify a couple of phrases you used. I think you talked about NGOs being swallowed up and co-opted, perhaps. Maybe that's what you were getting at. And also about human rights populism. And I wonder whether you could just explain those two phrases in a bit more detail and the extent to which whatever those processes are have made it more difficult to hold those who undermine the collective right of all to survival, which is how I take the treaty to be talking about climate crime, how that's made it more difficult.
Yeah. So, human rights populism refers to various forces that have adorned themselves with human rights, but a certain type of human rights, a limited form of human rights. I think it relates to discussions earlier around greenwashing. So states primarily, but also the corporate sector and unfortunately also certain NGOs. Now, NGOs, which I think need to be looked at critically and carefully and more accountably, and as separate from those who always are seen as representing affected communities, or as separate from social movements. Right? It's very important to make that distinction. And the reason for that is there are very powerful leading civil society actors, including the very well-known international non-governmental organizations we could name, that have limited mandates organizationally, that till this day are unable to speak to questions such as the legality of war, are unable to call for embargoes because they see them as political calls, are unable to call out and document actively corporate state collusions and tie-ups, because there's a certain level of apologism perhaps, but also tactical neutrality that they have adopted. They're also unable to speak of self-determination. There's quite a lot that certain leading NGOs are unable to do, and yet they occupy a lot of space and outcrowd often, and even sideline important other actors like peace movements.
Can I ask one more question? Yes. I think this is a very important question, an issue that's raised here, because obviously a court like the Intergenerational Climate Court relies on the public to enforce its judgments. There's no one else we can rely on. And what I'm hearing here is that at least some of the vehicles that the public may think are the organizing vehicles that might be used to enforce a judgment, whatever your judgment is, may not be necessarily, as they're constituted now, the right vehicles. And I wonder whether you could comment on that and whether you see other forms of organizing that might enforce the judgment of the court better.
It's a very complicated question, and I think it's a question for all of us to answer. I think this is why we're all here. I feel very humbled to be part of this initiative as a very important one type of such initiatives, a people's initiative. So I think we need to critically look at such actors very much. I agree, and perhaps look at our own political and moral responsibilities in a very individuated way, but in a collective orientation, so as not to give away our power.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sharon run? Yeah.
Thank you for that very interesting and informative information. I have two questions. So the arms treaty is not effective because it's infiltrated by the arms trade. I'm very familiar with that kind of thing. We've had the same thing happen to work that we've done on indigenous issues at the international level, so I'm quite familiar. But if we know the arms treaty doesn't work, do you see a process that could be reimagined to get something that would work? That's one question. I have a second follow-up question, but I just would like to, what's the next generation of this process, if I can ask?
I think there's a lot of unthinking to do at the moment around really many of international law structures, so it's very hard to take the arms trade treaty out of international law out of the arms trade treaty. In the broader sense, a lot of international laws mechanisms need to be re-understood towards redistribution and justice and real development in ways that there are many initiatives, be it Bandung or the new international economic order, that have pointed us in the right direction or tried to do so in the past, and perhaps it's from those we can pick up.
And just picking up on something you said about the NGOs. NGOs think that war and war machines have nothing to do with their work. So what needs to be done is to link that everything that they're doing relates to destruction of the creation or Mother Earth. And so they can't abdicate their responsibility by saying it's not my mandate to talk about war, but let's talk about, I don't know what, clean drinking water or something. But you can't have clean drinking water if it's being polluted by war machines. So I think what you're saying is there needs to be a rethink. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but a rethink about what people are doing into the future.
Yes, you're not putting words in my mouth. I think there are different ways of putting that, and re-understanding, completely unthinking the way we approach specific rights is part of what is absolutely needed, because the example of water, as you pointed, it demonstrates the extent to which we neither appreciate the temporality of certain, the intergenerational aspects of certain human rights abuses, nor are able to appreciate the true root causes of exploitation due to these occlusions, such as the inability to speak to political phenomena, such as war.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may just put one question to you, Valentina. You explained to us the legal infrastructure that allows Airbus to continue to do what it does. And from what I understood, the Dutch state, along with other states, create this legal infrastructure that makes it appear that they are standing for peace, but actually allows Airbus to conduct its business and also helps it to go and bomb countries or sell arms to other countries. I want us to assume that most Dutch people are peace-loving, that they care deeply about justice, and that they really want a better world. Yeah? Based on that assumption, the Dutch government tells them, we need to support companies like Airbus because your jobs are tied to that. If Airbus shuts down, you will all lose your jobs, you won't be able to feed your families. So, and therefore we just need to do this. And our way of doing it is to have this infrastructure that allows us to speak about peace but actually wage war. So how should Dutch people look at this role that their government is playing? On the one side supporting Airbus, on the other side supporting their desire for peace, and on the third side, holding out this carrot of a job that is going to come from these industries. So there is a tension there. I know this is a difficult one, but this is something that our jury will have to reflect on and come to a conclusion. So if you can just share your thoughts on that.
It's a very difficult...
Airbus is a big employer.
Yeah. That's why this isn't an issue that can be looked at in isolation from that isn't probably an easy question to answer for a lawyer. But I think there are there's a lot of information that isn't available to us about those decision-making processes. So I would start there. Do we really understand why these decisions to continue to support this industry from the highest political echelons are being taken? Are they really for the labor market? And I would question that. I would also question whether those are the only ways in which jobs can be guaranteed. And surely I would imagine that societies, our constitutive commitments, should not permit us to allow jobs to be produced, to be maintained at all costs. Right? I think there are also greater costs that we don't understand for maintaining such jobs. Right? And I think that really takes so much more than what I personally could provide on this subject matter, but I think asking those questions and interrogating the extent to which we really are allowed to know and participate in these decisions and claim that role to be there and participate. I think that's where we need to start.
Thank you very much. I now invite members of the jury, if you have any questions for Valentina. Yes?
A very practical one, actually, because the former speaker said they have a small share in Airbus to be able to keep track, let's say, of what's going on. But who are the main shareholders, the owners, or?
Maybe Vandela is much more knowledgeable.
Well, for Airbus, this is partly the government, so the French and the German government, us. It's partly the banks, like ING is shareholder, and it's partly private investors. So you have a very little say in that, and it's the disinvestment of these kind of companies by pension funds, for example, and banks, is a strategy to limit their working space, but it's not enough. It's one of the strategies we should definitely use.
Any other questions? Well, yeah.
Thank you, Valentina, for a completely shocking presentation. I have several questions, but I will ask one. You referred several times, which I think is a very interesting question too, that certain NGOs are unable to discuss the question of the legality of war. In your opinion, what is the legal ground for war, considering the fact that it always implies the destruction of ecosystems, human lives, environments, what is its legal ground?
Yeah, this is where I would cut off the branch I'm sitting on as an international lawyer. I don't think that international law currently provides an adequate framework to challenge war. So I think speaking to the legality of war is really also about unthinking that legal framework. There's a lot there that I wasn't able to cover as well. Yeah. There's certainly an appropriation and instrumentalization of the laws of the UN Charter in ways that have permitted war to be legal, even when it is when recourse to law is had by states that go to war. Right? Not all states use law to justify their wars, but those who have rewritten those laws to a great effect. So, if we could seriously take on the task of that human rights populism, right, then we would be in a better place at least. But the fact that that is a taboo has allowed war to be normalized and sterilized in a sense, cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Any further questions for Valentina?
Maybe I have one. Oh.
Yeah?
The guy with the microphone has one. Sorry, I have to check my notes. So I want to refer to some research that I read in Amitav Ghosh's book, The Great Derangement, in which he cites additional research that shows that at least in the United States, the Department of State that has the largest investment in development and research regarding climate change is actually the Defense Department. He also quotes top officials saying that for them, the climate crisis is a top priority in terms of defense, which is, of course, particularly schizophrenic for them to not commit to real action, but at the same time investing to prepare, which means they accept that the danger is real. So my question is, how much is this situation similar or not similar at all in the case of the EU and the Dutch state, for example, and also how much development and research for the climate crisis is being, how would you say it, conceived as in terms of defense, if, of course, any of this is available. If not, your opinion is good.
I feel like Vendela, again, may be better positioned to answer this. I haven't looked into that question myself, but I'd be to try to come back to you on that after the break. Maybe we can collectively come up with an answer, look into that. Or Vendela maybe has an answer.
No, many. I don't know the research you're talking about, so I'm very interested. I will meet you after this session to have this. Many figures are not there, of course, because the governments or the people who have a lot of money to do research do not use these figures, do not need these figures. It's the civil society that needs these figures. It's action groups that need these figures, and they do not have a research budget. So I do not know the exact amount. There is a recent research comparing the border security budget, I think, of the European Union as compared with the climate change, climate transition budget. I haven't read it yet, it just came out a couple of days ago. So there are people trying to compare these figures, but you can imagine that the arms industry got much more money than the climate transition research, where I also think that climate transition research When it is technological research, making more interesting technological fancy things and buying ourselves out of climate crisis with all kind of new inventions is actually not really the way out of the problem.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else has a question for Wandela or for Valentina? Any questions? Yeah?
I just take liberty to give a little of the answer that you also tried to answer as what is a driving force for governments to continue to support this arms industry, this arms export. It's also because they want to have these weapons themselves. So if you make weapons, it's very expensive. You have to put a lot of money into research because it's very specified technology, so it's very expensive. So the more you sell from them, the more you earn back this investment cost. So when you want to have cheap weapons yourself as country, you also have to export as much as you can. So you make weapons to defend yourself and then you export it so you can be attacked, and because you want to have cheap weapons. It's a strange circle, but this is a very important driving force of governments to continue to support export.
Thank you. Yes, you had a...
So, you know, as I hear, especially the last part of what we've been engaging about, there's something I want to, that we put on the table and be quite clear about. And on one of the slides, if not in both presentations, this lack of transparency gets repeated, especially when we talk about this specific industry itself. Yeah? But at the same time, these industries are located within a political space that's legally defined. In other words, there are budgets that are passed, supposedly by representatives of yourselves that you elect. Yes? And it's quite important then, in terms of those decisions that are made, that there is levels of transparency. In other words, you don't pick up your hand and say, I vote, but I don't know what I'm voting for, but my hand is up, please count it. You know, what I'm suggesting is, and maybe you don't have the answer directly, but it is something we need to bear in mind. You see, because this aspect that's being raised now is also about what constitutes the cost, especially when I heard the last part, this transactional element. Well, if we've invested, we should sell more and we'll get the money back. But that's not the cost. I hope I'm being clear about this. This is not a true cost that's being reflected. Yeah? And, you know, this is quite important. There's a whole range, there's a whole state infrastructure that appears to be supporting this as an industry. All of those wider costs are not included. When the budget is chosen, X amount goes to a Ministry of Defense. Yeah? And we need to be quite clear about this. Even if all of those costs are not accounted for, it has been voted for. In other words, yeah, every citizen that's part of that legal system has voted for those instruments of destruction to be created, whether they are sold or not. So, you know, I think this is something that we need to be quite clear about. Yeah, it's not that it's something taking place just commercially. There's active agency in their creation, and once they are created, that destructive potential is amongst us. I'm sorry, I had to make that point.
Take that as a comment rather than a question. Yes, thank you. Yes.
One last question from me, and it's actually it's probably to both of you. But many of the slides we saw were about the impacts of arms exports abroad. So pictures of Yemen, I think there may have been Lebanon there too, but what I'd like to ask is whether in adopting a war room mentality around climate change, it is not just those abroad that are now being subject to the security apparatus that is inherent in a military regime, military apparatus, but whether some of the technologies that Airbus creates, and particularly surveillance technologies, are or will be, in your view, used against Dutch citizens here who happen to take a different view on how to address issues of climate change, how to address issues of migration that is stimulated by climate change, and indeed who happen to oppose the arms trade as a cause of the climate, as a climate crime. So I'd like to know what sort of domestic surveillance there is and how it fits into a response to the climate crisis.
It's a bit outside of the ambit of what I've studied for this purpose, and I think again I'd like to invite Vendela to see if she has any responses, because I would come back to you on that in regards.
I'm not sure I completely understand the question. You're talking about surveillance technology equipment being used on activists.
If they oppose the government's position on arms trade and on Airbus.
Specifically on Airbus?
No, or generally
in
if they oppose government policy, then what is the likelihood that those technologies which are now being used elsewhere will be used against Dutch citizens?
Let me put it like this, that Airbus is clearly part of a national security apparatus. Is the climate crisis redefining who are security risks? And are the technologies that are currently being developed by Airbus likely, or currently, are they likely to become technologies that are employed against ordinary Dutch citizens who happen to take a different view on what the way forward is out of the climate crisis?
Yes, that's quite scary questions, because now we're talking not only about what these arms are doing outside our country, but actually to us. Well, what you see in Dutch policy is that, and you see it also in other countries, that the line between police and military equipment is getting blurred. You saw this Minipol arms fair, and you see it happening in many countries already. It's also I know it for the Netherlands that it is in the defense strategy that the military should get a greater role in controlling internal situation. So you see the first steps in that drones, which Airbus is also producing, are being used more for crowd control. You see it with another military company, Thales, who is also doing a lot on border security, is also more used in the Netherlands for things like control. I think you can predict that this will increase unless we try to stop it. But what I see is that the forces that are trying to stop it are not really very strong. I think people are not really aware of where this is heading to.
Thank you very much. Yes?
Just very briefly add that there are certain conflicts in certain contexts. For one, the siege on Gaza, which has become a laboratory for testing all types of technology, and that certainly comes back to reinforce the development of certain technology, and the same goes for surveillance technologies used in countries like Turkey and Egypt and so on. So of course there is a loop back effect in terms of the development of these technologies, which is completely unregulated. There are no regulations on imports when it comes of information that is produced through the use of items. There's barely very much regulation on intangible sort of information that is exported as well. So there are many more loopholes than I was able to really, or by design, that I was able to cover.
Well, thank you, Valentina, and thank you for your laying out that very complex legal infrastructure and for arms trade, and thank you to Vandela for your interventions. The Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes has summoned the defendants in this case. So I now call upon Martin Skippers, who's the CEO of Airbus Defence. If you are present, please do come forward with your evidence in your defense. Anyone for Airbus, if you are present, please come forward. And the Dutch Ministry of Defense was also summoned, as well as the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. If there is anyone present for the Dutch Ministry, or if you wish to present evidence in your support or contest what has been said here, please step forward. If not, I will now call upon the clerk of the court to let us know about further proceedings.
Thank you. We will now go into a recess for 20 minutes before we reconvene to listen to the second witness testimony by Mohammed Al-Kashef, representative of Watch the Med. We will reconvene at 3:05. We reconvene at 3:05. The court is now back in session. Chairing judge is Radha D'Souza, together with Sharon H. Wen, Rasiran Maharaj, and Nicolas Hildyard. They are presiding over the procedures.
Thank you all again and welcome back again to this second session. I will now ask the clerk of this court to please read out the second charge.
Thank you. The second charge, all charges, you will find in the charge sheet that was placed in the dossier on your seat. For those members of the jury that have just arrived and missed the first witness testimony, welcome to you as well. There is a small mistake that was made in the formulation of the charges, for which we apologize. Namely that in the charge sheet, the third charge is actually the second charge that we will be discussing today. So we will be reading the third charge. This is the second charge that we are discussing today. The third charge concerns comrades, past, present, and futures, seeking asylum and refuge in Europe. The charge reads as following. First, that as a result of the uses of Airbus weapons of mass destruction by the state of the Netherlands, in concert with other European states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, the conditions for life for humans and non-humans were destroyed in Yemen and Libya, and a small number of humans fled their natures, cultures, and places of residence and sought refuge in Europe. The state of the Netherlands, together with its European conspirators and Airbus, produced destructive technologies of mass surveillance and policing, which they used against fleeing refugees and asylum seekers. Second, that Airbus enticed the state of the Netherlands and its European collaborators with lucrative profits and lured them to militarize European borders by using Airbus helicopters, sophisticated border surveillance systems, and space observation satellites. Third, that as part of such enticements and allurements, Airbus received a contract for 50 million euros from Frontex, the European Frontier Agency, established by the members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, to police and enforce the regime of illegalized migration maintained by the European Union and European Union states in the Mediterranean Sea, which is the main route for people of Yemen and Libya to escape the destruction of their homelands. 4, that aided, abetted, and incited by the state of the Netherlands and its European co-conspirators, Airbus used the authority vested in it by nation states to expand its own border surveillance and policing operations of weakened and poor states around the world, including Mali, Egypt, Ghana, Algeria, and Saudi Arabia. 5, that by destroying the conditions of life necessary for humans in their homelands of Yemen and Libya, and thereafter by forcibly stopping a small number of them from escaping the destruction, the state of the Netherlands and Airbus have violated the fundamental law of life, namely the entitlement of every species to live, and furthermore engaged in cultural, ecological, and human genocide in Yemen and Libya. These activities, if proved to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present, and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures, and ecosystems under Section 3, A, B, C, D of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the witnesses to present their evidence in support of the charges. I will now call upon Bonyan Gamal, who is a lawyer based in Yemen.
Apologies, that is incorrect because the witnesses remains the same.
Yes.
So the witnesses will be Mohammed Al-Qassim.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my apologies for that. I now call upon the witness to substantiate the charges. The witness for us now will be Mohammed Al-Qassim. Mohammed Al-Qassim is a Berlin-based human rights lawyer, consultant, researcher, and advocate, and he is a representative of Watch the Med. Al-Qassim will address the court in person and present his evidence through oral testimony and slides. Thank you. Okay, so.
Thanks. Thanks for having me here. I would like to briefly summarize the evidence through different research and efforts of a social movement for last years to show you how corporation, global international corporation like Airbus, involved not just in the border security, armed trade, but also directly affecting the climate crisis by their behavior. First slide, please. So to go briefly, what's Airbus and who's behind it? Because this is the thing that we said before today, there is a kind of a lack of transparency, or the information is there. Information is accessible, but actually it's kind of misoriented, like not straightforward, the meaning or the thing behind such a company. For many people, this is a civilian company providing flights and planes and help in the civil air transportation, but actually Airbus is a pan-European company, a result of several mergers, which has its official headquarters, as said, in Leiden, here in Netherlands, and mainly for tax reasons, even if it's not clear how much tax they pay, but by law and the regulation we know that how the tax system works here, comparing to other European states. Most of its production takes place in Germany, France, and Spain, states which also shareholders of the company. They are shareholders. Germany, France, Spain. Airbus products a broad range of military and security equipment next to civil aircraft. Its main product for border security is helicopters, which it's sold to, amongst other, Belarus, like other non-European states. Bulgaria, Belarus, Lithuania, Romania, and also and Ukraine and other European states like Slovenia and Finland and Germany. The purchases by Finland and Romania were funded by the EU. Airbus Border Security Division sold border security system to Romania, again with the EU funding. France, Spain, and Bulgaria, together with Israel Aerospace Industry, IAI. Airbus developed the Harfang UAV, the drones, which it promotes for border security work. Next slide, please. Airbus is involving globally in different armed production, armed trade, in different providing technology, border surveillance technology. And the main thing, or like when in their own website, they actually classify or like distribute that their products to the most thing that they are proud of. It's a source of pride for them. And for me, this is the real threat of our world. Next slide, please. And then, just to wash hands and to people with the pretty faces saying that, okay, we all also support the climate justice, Airbus launched a program to climate change monitoring via satellite. And also there was an announcement that they are joining a growing list of companies outlining the environmental impact of their products, and also as aviation aims to reshape itself after the coronavirus crisis. It's funny because Airbus was, its products industry is one of the horrific climate, they are criminal, it's a criminal. Like for me, sorry, just affecting climate, not just with the environment, but if you are killing the human beings, this is affecting the climate. This is a crime against climate. And that's what happened. Killing human beings, killing creations and nature. Next slide, please. So, some of infamous deals and contracts around the globe that Airbus did regarding the defense. In 2004, for instance, Romania awarded the company 734 million euros contract for a complete integrated system for border security, for monitoring, securing, and communicating. The system had everything to do with EU border security requirements, as Romania had to meet this before becoming an EU member in 2007. Signalise, a joint venture of Airbus and Atlas Electronic, which is a German company, was also responsible for the Spontaneous program for French coastal border surveillance. The project integrates the coastal surveillance system of the French Navy, Maritime Affairs, and Customs. Data collected through radar from several resources is combined into a common operational picture. Signalise sold a similar system to Bulgaria once again because of Schengen obligations connected to becoming an EU member. The Spanish Guardia Civil is another customer focusing on irregular migration to the Canaries and Balearic Islands and Gibraltar. Next slide, please. Airbus combines and subsidiaries heavy participated in many EU-funded border security R&I projects, including several aimed to the development and improvement of Eurosur. This includes process in which Airbus received 5 million euros as a part of a consortium led by Spanish technology company Indra to provide recommendations for the European-wide integrated maritime border control system. Another project was Lopos, seeking to demonstrate a pre-operational capability to deliver space-based monitoring in line with the requirements defined for the EU border surveillance system, Eurosur. Next, please. Airbus also involved in other space-based EU border security measures. The European Space Agency contracted an Airbus-led consortium in December 2017 for the comprehensive data and information access service to make its data available to users. This data is used for a wide range of objectives, including monitoring migration and border security, and by various agencies, including Frontex. For those who don't know Frontex, Frontex is the European agency for securing the European borders. And just to have the picture, so Frontex is the kind of, it's an NGO, started as NGO in Poland, and now it's a kind of a big monster in the European borders, not just the European borders, but also they play a big, important role in the externalization border. So also Frontex present in Africa, in Asia, in Balkan countries, all around Europe. And they are doing like the work of migration management, the controversial agenda for EU, by proxy. So they are kind of the subcontractor somehow, implementing the policy, and then they have partners like Airbus and other similar companies to provide the techniques and the instruments and the tools. Next, please. So yeah, as mentioned, Airbus is important for border externalization efforts by the EU and particularly by Germany. This country donated a large amount of mainly Airbus-produced border equipment to Tunisia, including speedboats, document testing laboratory, night vision equipment, surveillance system, radar recognition system, and other partial military equipment and device for border security. Airbus C-295 and CN-235 helicopters are used by, amongst other, Mali, Egypt, and Ghana for a broad range of missions, including maritime border control. Algeria also purchased a border surveillance system from Airbus Border Security Division. Next, please. In this table, we can see that the contract between Airbus and Frontex, for example, the EIA, the Israeli company, the product is Heron 1. This is the drone that was shown in the previous picture, with a contract of 475 million euros. And then again, Frontex, that was in 2017. In 2019, with IAI and Airbus is the subcontractor of IAI, and we'll explain that later, with a 50 million euro. Next, please. And now to another level of surveillance, another level of border security, was the unmanned aircraft system, or like the solution for military and commercial applications that developed by Airbus. Satellite orbiting the Earth can only transmit data on the ground within sight. For this reason, Frontex uses the European Data Relay Satellite System, EDRS, of the Airbus Group as part of Copernicus to ensure communication at all times. Airbus is one of the main suppliers of space data with images from their radar satellites. Satellites obtained in the Earth can only transmit the data, and that's the rule of Airbus. Frontex, the European Border Agency, stated the total cost of the order at 50 million euros, the term of the contract, in 2 years. This can be extended up to twice for a further year. Also, Frontex decided on 2 companies to award the contract. One, for sure, is Airbus. And in the private pilot project, a framework contract was awarded to Airbus for flight with Heron 1 drones, the manufacturer of which IAI acts as a subcontractor. A second, please. The actionable intelligence, which is the main intelligence project now for have the cities for ICR, to have the whole surveillance over the cities, over the civilians, through a military industry. And then, actually, when I wonder, when I see that, like, okay, they are saying defense, and we discussed before defense. Defending whom from who? And when you see the operations and all these agreements and the things happening, particularly in the Mediterranean region, you will see that they are defending Europe from the migrants, from the comma, from the asylum. And this is the war against asylum and against migrants. It started legally and politically, and now it's really implementing during not just killing people, not just to shoot fire at them, at happening in the Aegean, for example, which is a European territory, but also to witness that people are dying at sea and let them die. This is a murder. Next, please. So with Airbus, which also makes the Heron 1 available for the German armed forces in Mali and Afghanistan, and takes off island and waits there. Airbus received 470 million euros from Frontex, a total, 4.75 million euros from Frontex, a total of which was agreed 600 flight tours. The drone was stationed in Crete. Flights took place mainly as part of the joint Frontex Operation Poseidon in the Aegean Sea. According to the IAI, the Heron 1 spent an average of 14 hours in the air per mission. Greek aviation authorities ensured that the drone could fly in non-segregated airspace out of sight, and it was controlled via satellite communication. Next, please. So this all about the Heron 1, like this amazing drone, which in 2018 an invention to tender the flight test on 120 calendar days with 2 differently sized models of maritime long-range surveillance. Followed the company, the Israeli company Aerospace Industrial, IAI, with the Heron 1, was awarded the contract which carries out air border surveillance service in sea areas in Greece and or Italy as part of a 2.5 million euros pilot project. Airbus currently stationing that Heron 1 at the International Airport in Malta. The company carried out its first flight on April 30, 2021. Technicians from Airbus in Germany are responsible for the control, and they will probably benefit from their previous training on behalf of the German armed forces. The first mission took place shortly afterwards as a part of Frontex mission. Since then, the drone has been flying with a steadily increasing flight duration, which in the first few weeks of the mission in the central Mediterranean was up to 17 hours. Flights take place mainly in the Libyan Sea Rescue Zone, and sometimes the aircraft also causes disabilities, as happened on one occasion when actually Malta stopped all the airline traffics for a few hours until the mission done. Next, please. So the network for the sky, and this is a kind of picture, that photo that they put in the official website of Airbus, and the space data highway cost at least 520 million euros, and it's subsidized, thanks. Subsidized as a public-private partnership between Airbus and the space agency ESA, while large public sums. Several countries are participating in the funding, including for sure Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Sweden, Belgium, and Great Britain as well, despite the Brexit. The development of the laser terminals located in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania for receiving the data was carried out by the German Airbus Center, which is a Verein, non-profit organization, NGO, DLR. However, Airbus is the owner of the space data highway, which is why the company markets the service alone. Frontex was the first customer. The EDRS is now also used by EMSA. The project coordination for maritime mean for environmental and systematic surveillance, which called Compass 2020, in which authorities, institutes, armaments companies, manufacturers of aerobatic system, and the NATO Organization for Science and Technology have come together, will also end in 2021. The project is led by the Portuguese Maritime Authority. Despite the Brexit, as mentioned, the British Border Police are also doing research in Compass 2020, and there's a fear from Airbus, a high-flying pseudo-satellite in the stratosphere will also be tested. Next, please. Next, please. This is Zephyr. Zephyr is the world's leading solar electric stratospheric unmanned aerial system, as mentioned in the website, with a wingspan of 25 meters and weighs less than 75 kilograms. A lot of information, a lot of technical information, a lot also of marketing, because actually we are not the customers, we are not the clients. The clients are different, and the clients also, some of them are the shareholders. So when they do the marketing, and I invite you all to visit the website, airbus.com, and you will really be amazed how they just marketing all the products as it's not a killing machines, as it's just something that for human civilization to live happy and peace. Zephyr is an invention, that solution currently under development by Airbus, and it had its first flight off in Arizona this year. Next, please. And now, the militarization of sea. It's not just the borders, but also the open sea. Airbus, with other companies which have participated in the EU research on drones in recent years, benefit from this when they are awarded later by EU agencies in the Mediterranean, the Israeli armament companies IAI and Elbit, or the prime contractor Airbus, responsible for the contracts, make money from the security of European migration policy. The Ministry of Defense in Greece decided in 2020 to lease the Heron 1 previously tested by Frontex in Crete for 3 years in a maritime configuration, and possibly also to buy it. The scenarios for the development are the sea patrolling, protection of sea and land borders, search and rescue operations, disaster management, and more. And it's funny actually, because they stated search and rescue operation, and what we witness now for a long time, even before Corona, since 2017, that the European states are just watching. And even when there was a rescue mission in the Mediterranean in 2014 conducted by the Italian state, there was a lot of debates and discussion, and ended up just to be replaced by another military mission, and that was announced this is not for rescue, this is for security. And now bringing that search and rescue operation, and funny that they stated also, or put it up in their website, when they rescued a windsurfer from high sea who was suffering for a few hours, and they are showing how the techniques and the hard technology help it to save a human life. And I was wondering and asking what the difference between the windsurfer, white person surfing, and black people or non-white people crossing the borders trying to find a safer shelter, a safer place. What the difference? For me, there is no difference, but for sure there is a difference, and I would be happy to point out that personally, the observation and the experience and the practice made me reach the point this is related to the structural racism and the colonial approach. And I cannot deny it that we are living in the post-colonial world with all this history, with all this practice and all the things that happen and affecting us as a humans before everything. And second thing, that it doesn't matter because they are making the profit over other suffering. So keep other suffering because others is not us. Because this is the difference of the definition between we, us, you, them. Next, please. So, the first NH-90 delivered to the Spanish Air Force for search and rescue mission and the unnamed operation by the EU different agency mean that even civil authorities once only pursue military drones and helicopters, and then the Spanish was one of the first to get it. Next, please. Here, the Sea Lion Airbus helicopter that has delivered the naval multi-rule helicopter to the Federal Office of Bundeswehr Equipment, the German Federal Information Technology and In-Service Support. And the agreement, like the contract, was that was further to be delivered by the end of 2019, which has happened. Next, please. France again, the great model that full of French military mission, including special operation combat search and rescue, tactical transport, and casualty and medical evacuation. So this is the multi-function helicopter. Next, please. This is the helicopter, like as you see. And this of one of the helicopters, people were fleeing from Libya, witnessed this sort of helicopter just patrolling around. Next, please. And this is in 2019 again, one of the famous agreements between the Serbian Minister of Defense and the Airbus representative making the press conference and taking the picture in front of the great product of H150M. Next, please. And now, this for me was kind of shocking or like fascinating, or maybe I'm naive, to see the air refoiling. And there is an explanation on the website how the mechanism of refoiling in the air. And I'm not technical, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an environmental researcher either. But I believe that to do such an operation in the air directly affecting our atmosphere, changing the environment for birds, for creation living in the sky. So this is, if we need really a direct climate crime, this is one. Spreading foil in the air. Next, please. And now, why we find it guilty. We find it guilty because actually the major rule in the European lobby for militarization of borders and the money for the port caches and equipment that contributes to reason that they force people to flee by arms exports to countries at war, countries with internal conflicts, and human rights abusers. There are supplies of helicopters for border surveillance to many European countries: Belarus, Bulgaria, Finland, Germany, Lithuania, Slovenia, Romania, and Ukraine, which is partly funded by the EU. The aid suppliers for border security system, among others, to Romania, France, Spain, Bulgaria, and Germany. Contract with Libya And if you have 10 minutes to watch the news every day, for sure you will find something about Libya in the news. And then Airbus going there to make a contract with Libya last year for supply of helicopters, among other things, of border surveillance equipment. Why they are guilty? Because the participation in many EU-funded research projects related to new border surveillance technologies to seize the freedom of movement of people. Not just the undocumented migrants, but also if you have a passport, I think you experienced that during Corona and all the control and restriction that we are going through. Preparation for the next era. The supplies for space initiatives, for among other things, border control, satellites for observations, the role in the externalization borders, all this thing makes me personally believe they are guilty and criminal. Without the legal framework, without the legitimacy, they are criminal. To kill a person or to be a reason behind killing a person, this is a crime. To destroy the environment of the people and their country and cause the war and feed it through weapon equipment, this is a crime. And then controlling the borders and preventing those people from crossing to a safer place, this is a crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for your presentation. And I think many of us had seen pictures of Airbus things, but I think you have shown all those dreadful killing machines, and that was both disturbing and enlightening. But may I now ask the judges if they have any questions for Mohammed?
Thank you very much. It was a very powerful testimony. And my questions may at first seem a little coming from the side, if you like. So I'll ask you to bear with me. But we're considering this particular Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act, which of course makes it a crime to undermine the climate that enables life to survive. Sins of omission as much a crime as sins of commission. Now you've shown us various sins of commission, blowing people up, and so on, preventing people from crossing into safety. These are crimes. I'd like to explore a little with you whether there are aggravated crimes in the choices that Airbus and the government that support it, notably the Netherlands, has made. And I'd like to explore that by just asking you a few questions about migration and what is considered and what surveillance of particular forms of migration Airbus doesn't do by choice. So does Airbus make any surveillance of the migration of companies around the world, wherever they want to go to? I mean, does it have any technologies that enable the public to know when a company is somehow moving from one jurisdiction to another and why? Is that something it surveys? Does it make any surveillance of activities that Dutch companies abroad are doing that might cause people to have to migrate? I'm asking because it seems that the choice is a very deliberate choice, as from your evidence, only to focus on people, not on the movement of capital or the destruction that's caused by the movement of capital, but to focus on the victims of capitalism's destruction. And that is a deliberate choice. And I just wanted to know whether that is also your view. I mean, from the evidence you presented, it seemed to be clear.
Yeah. Thanks. So, is there any surveillance that Airbus, if I understand the question right, if there is any surveillance that Airbus does cause the moving capital? So when we are talking about externalization borders, this is moving capital. This is the new form of colonialism, to send your troops there, not under the name of protection anymore, because it's not relevant to our world, but of border security, and keep the peace, and to building capacity, and to train. So this is moving capital. And they are causing, I was focusing on the people, on the victims, because that's all what matter, us, the human being on this earth. Not because we are selfish, but because we are living here, and we should not to be selfish, look at the things from our own perspective. That's why I was focusing on the people.
I wasn't asking you. I mean, I think you're quite right to focus on the people. I was asking whether Airbus had chosen in its technologies that it's developed to focus on policing and monitoring the victims of war, of destruction of the environment, of those who have been forced to move, instead of focusing on those who are causing people to have to move, which after all, they could be employing their technologies to look at, for example, where Shell's activities in Nigeria are causing oil spills that are causing people to move. I mean, they have space satellites that could pinpoint instantly where oil spills happening. But my understanding is they're not looking at that. They're looking instead to police those who are forced to move because of that pollution. And that's a deliberate choice. And I want to understand whether you feel that Airbus has made a deliberate choice, that there's more profit to be made by looking at or policing the victims of environmental degradation, the victims of war, than on trying to prevent war or prevent environmental degradation. These are choices.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree that it's a choice that made to make more profit on policing people and surveillance over the people. And when actually, to be honest, when politics go somewhere, the profiteers go after it. So even the migration nowadays, it's an industry, and we have this differentiation between undocumented migrant and legal migrant, and also all these classifications of the different passports ranks. Yes, they do, and it's clear that they are doing it, and they are also proud and transparent with that. They are saying that we do so.
Yes.
Thanks very much, Mohammed. I want to raise with you three issues. Yeah? The first one is about when you had started your presentation and you shared with us how this industry is operating. And in that, you mentioned that there were certain obligations placed on new entrants to join this club of countries. And it seems like, and that's why I want you please just to clarify, that to fulfill the obligation, the choice of the supplier was already made. So please, just on that first question, it's like you have a choice.
You wanna
please?
So yeah, there is some obligation. Like we know that there is obligation to join the EU, and mostly it's about securing the border and keeping the unity of the Schengen area and securing it and put it like under the control. And most of the European non-European countries doing their best to do so they can join the EU. And actually that we are witness in the Balkan after 2015, the March of Hope, when the people just took the power and crossed the borders. And then the reaction was more intensively and repressively techniques and border security required from this country to secure these borders. And either it goes through money, I will give you fund, there is a grant like EU grants, there is EU member states help and support, and this bilateral cooperation, especially between Germany and France are playing, like, and Sweden for sure, Dutch, Finland, but like in the let's say in the front, German and France is playing really a big role in this matter. So if you want to join us, this is the requirements, and it's obligatory to be with us. And it's accessible if you just say yes, and then we discuss and negotiate.
Thank you, Mark. So would you see what you've just described as a form of corporate state capture? Or is it state corporate capture? Yeah.
Corporate state corporate, but yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that, then the broader neoliberalization of these states, which means outsourcing and pushing things into the private sector itself, again, from what you had shared with us, these technologies themselves become the only means through which those obligations can be met. The technology is housed by the company called Airbus.
Yes, among others.
So in that, what's supplied by Airbus is a physical component. So, yeah.
Drones, helicopters.
But also from that aerial array that you showed us at the end.
Yeah.
So this is collecting data. And that's a lot of data, like my colleague had raised just now. That data can be used for good, or it could be used aggressively in a form of violence. Yeah. Is any of this data, just the fact of holding the data, available to the citizenry of the country, like the Netherlands?
I don't know about Netherlands, but as a resident of Germany, it's not available.
Okay, so it's privileged then.
Yes, and also more I wanted to add, because you mentioned that this data could be used for good and you could use it for bad, but what we are see from the practice on the ground for over 2 years now, what's happening in this data communication, they communicated it and use it to prevent and intercept and push back migrants from reaching the EU territorial water. So this is also kind of a direct impact.
So that brings me to the last question for me, but it's for clarification that I'm raising these questions itself, yeah? And this one is speculative, but it's based on the data you've presented to us. So what would happen if there was no Airbus?
In a better world, there is no Airbus.
Much more.
Thank you for that. Mohammed, if I may, you mentioned that these border surveillance technologies are used to surveil migrants and asylum seekers who are fleeing to live, basically, as I understood it. Can you share with us at least one or perhaps 2 examples of that either you or your organization has experienced or observed about the Airbus technologies being used on asylum seekers or migrants. If you can just share something with us on that.
Yeah, so watch the med alarm phone, monitoring and documenting the violation across the borders in the Mediterranean. In 2019, there was an obvious case when a pot of migrants spotted by a drone, and then it was communicated, and just a few hours, and there was a lack of assistance from the whoever European side. There was no NGO rescue ships in the area, so it takes hours to reach the spot. And then just in a few hours, there was this so-called Libyan Coast Guard merchant vessel who wanted to intercept people. And afterwards, it was clear the communication, which was like the communication that happened to lead to this interception, pushback. And this is what we call pushback by proxy. And actually, there was a research report published last year, 2020, in a collaboration with the ASJ, the Italian legal think tank. And it's mainly focusing on really concrete examples with evidence, timeline, or everything about how it caused that, how it helps that, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will now, I think we have, you want to ask a couple of
Yeah, very quick ones actually. I'd just like to, if you've got any figures, I'd like to know how many people have been killed by Airbus weapons in Yemen.
I have no number. Like really, I have no number about how many people killed in Yemen. But as I'm originally Egyptian and related to this region, I know that what the Airbus and Saudi Arabia did to Yemen, the mass killing, the destruction of the country, and all this migration, like forcibly migration, flee from their land, and then the suffering that Yemenis facing in Europe just to apply for asylum or like to have accepted cases, not just a positive one, but just to accept their case.
And just very quickly, I understand that worldwide, the largest number of migrants in the world are actually middle managers, going from one company to another and so on. By far the largest. And I know in the UK that the largest number of illegal migrants are actually Australians who have overstayed their visa. So I just wonder what technologies Airbus has developed to survey and control these migrants.
The undocumented migrants?
No, the largest number, which is middle managers going from one corporation to another around the world, swapping jobs around the world. That's the largest number of migrants in the world. Does Airbus have technology to survey these people? I mean, are they employed to control these people?
We have a lot of projects and programs and these satellites, and yes, they can monitor these people and surveillance them.
Okay.
They hear us now.
Okay, many thanks.
Welcome.
Okay, may I now invite members of the jury if you have any questions? Yes.
Hi, Mohammed. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. I'm from Greece, so I just wanted to focus on something that you said just lately in terms of the by proxy pushbacks? Because at this very moment, you know it better than me, we have a change of government since 2019, and we have extremely violent pushbacks, illegal pushbacks, and a government that is denying the existence of the pushbacks. I was not aware that Airbus was part of this, so also thank you, doubly thank you for letting me know. I have two questions. First is, are you aware whether the Greek government has directly purchased military equipment or drones or what have you from Airbus, or whether France, in this case, because I have this suspicion, is acting like the middleman and selling even more expensive? And the second question was, just for you to clarify this by proxy, is a specific use of Airbus equipment and technology used not only in the sea, but also in land to prevent the arrival from Turkey of refugees, as in helps the process of the pushback?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. So the first question, actually, as you said, like France, many times play the mediating role, even after they do the contract, and it was really crazy that to say, okay, this contract for this specific item in Italy or Greece, like we are not sure yet. We will see who will accept to have it. There is specific contracts between the Greek government and the Airbus, and it's mainly around and about helicopters, like they are requesting helicopters, the H-15.NM. And so this is for the first question. The second question, Airbus, among other companies and initiatives, also involved in this biometric identification technology, and they are developing these programs. And let's say that what present here was mainly that when Airbus is the main player, the one who have the rule, the important rule, or like the lead. But there is other initiatives and other programs that they are taking part of it and developing the technology of biometric identification. Plus, they have a kind of drones that they announced this year, and it's actually for Evros, like the land borders between Turkey and Greece, because people, as happening also in the Polish-Belarus borders, so there is this drones which can also surveillance the people and help to prevent the move.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take up more of your time, but just to make it clear, the biometric technology basically recognizes the facial characteristics of someone, but doesn't that imply that there is already pre-existing data by Airbus, or we don't know, that somehow identifies the people that are not supposed to enter, or is it that they're just recording faces? That's what I wanted to understand.
Everything related to the biometric identification, not just recording faces, and also like related it to the data that you already have in this amazing data banks, and also they take advantage over the corona, and now all of us has this kind of QR codes. You know, where are we going, what are we doing, where to travel. This is also one of the development, by the way. Welcome.
Thank you, that's okay. Thank you, Mohammed, for this, again, a very shocking presentation. I have more of a comment, but I think it's important that it's made. When you talk about the externalization of borders and link this to like neo-colonialist modes, I have been a journalist for quite a while in Albania, where Frontex is currently operational, and the contract or the legal framework in which they operate is one of complete impunity. This Frontex cannot be held liable for anything they do on Albanian territory according to its agreement with the Albanian government. They cannot be summoned in court, they cannot be asked to be a witness in any case, and any damage that Frontex does to any property of any Albanian citizen or the state has to be covered by the Albanian state. They operate with complete impunity in a complete legal vacuum in a country that is, at the moment, one of the main transit countries for refugees towards the EU. So this is truly unheard of. These people can do whatever they want, including 2 Albanian citizens. Yeah.
Thanks. I want to mention something also, just a little proof that look at Frontex officers wherever and bring me 1 black officer, 1 non-white officer.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. The presentations before also talked about how Airbus has close ties to government officials and influences arms policies and legislation. And I was wondering if you can tell something about whether Airbus actually also influences border policy and migration policies, as it is clear that they also profit from this.
So there is a lot of talks, meetings with policymakers in the EU, with member states. For sure, we don't know details about what happening in the behind closed doors. But when they promote that, they are working on analyzing and collecting data and communicating it. For sure, they influence it. Because everything has this 2 sides, the good and the bad. And for sure, as a business maker, I would like to get more profit. So they will influence for their own interest.
Can I ask you one question? I mean, we talked about Airbus, and it seems to me because they are in this industry or the business of war and of security and policing, and the states say that it's their responsibility to defend the nation, and there is Airbus making more and more technologies. You showed us so many. So does the initiative for these killing machines, if you like, come from Airbus, or does it come from states? Who takes the lead in saying, we want more surveillance technology, we want more sophisticated policing mechanisms for migrants and asylum seekers? Who takes the initiative in that?
Okay, first of all, actually, you will find that the state are shareholders in the company, and they have sharing interest. So I don't care who's take the initiative. I'm more into the impact, into the practice, into the effect. So yeah, the state, and then they have the hand worker, or the hand worker have the influence and the power through the business and weapon, and influence the policymaker and the politician. Vice versa, doesn't matter.
Did you have a question? Sharon, did you have a question? Okay, no. Okay. Okay. On that note, I think I will now call on the defense witness. And we have summoned Airbus and the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. If there is anybody present from any representative or official from Airbus or the Dutch Ministry, please do come forward and present your defense evidence.
Or a remark, yeah.
Was there a question? Yes?
It was not so much a question as something to add about the lobby, because I think that's an important point. And I think it's very clear that Airbus is not just merely profiting from militarized border policies, but it's as part of the military and security industry in Europe, one of the driving factors creating this policy. The military and security industry is very influential in lobby on border policy, in pushing a narrative that sees migration as a security problem, migrants as a threat to Europe, and then presenting their own equipment as the way to deal with it. And as such, they are really embraced by the European Union, by member states, as the experts on the issue. Yeah, you see that EU and member states' policies follow this discourse of migration as a security problem and really pick up anything that the industry pushes and put forward as a solution for this, so the whole militarization of borders. And you see Airbus taking a leading role in this. It's the arms company that has dozens and dozens of meetings with the European Commission over the last 10, 15 years. It is the company that has the most contact with Frontex, so it's really taking a leading role in this.
I take that as a comment. Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. But I can see that there is no one for the defense, so we will just move on now to the next part of the program, which
that means that the court will go in recess for 15 minutes. 15 minutes before we will hear the final witness, Karim Salem, who is bringing some fellow members of the organization Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies to contribute testimony to the case, before we move into the public jury verdict. So that will be after the break, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes at 4:35. On. The court is now back in session. Welcome to new jury members that have arrived in the meantime. Don't forget that you will find a file, dossier, that will help you work towards final judgment on your seat. Chairing judge is Radha D'Souza, judges Sharon H. Venn, Razikhan Maharaj, and Nicolas Hildyard. They are presiding. The word is to chairing judge Radha D'Souza.
I will now call upon the clerk of the court to read the charges, please.
That you have received includes the charge sheet. We're going to be reading from the charge sheet. The third charge that we will be discussing now is actually the second charge. Second charge concerning Comrades past, present and future in Libya and Yemen. First charge is that, first article of the second charge, is that Airbus, in collusion with the State of the Netherlands and with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, designed, manufactured and sold weapons of mass destruction to Saudi Arabia, a protectorate of the United States of America, knowing that the weapons would be used to destroy communities, livelihoods, ecologies and lives of humans and non-humans in Yemen. 2, that Airbus, in collusion with the State of the Netherlands and with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, designed, manufactured and sold weapons of mass destruction to Turkey, a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, knowing that the weapons would be used to destroy communities, livelihoods, ecologies and lives of humans and non-humans in Libya. 3, that the State of the Netherlands was involved in the wars in Yemen and Libya, knowing that the wars would destroy communities, livelihoods, ecologies and lives of humans and non-humans in Yemen and Libya, and did so with the aim of profiting from them. 4, that the State of the Netherlands prioritized the well-being and survival of Airbus, an artificial legal person, over the well-being and survival of natural communities, peoples, ecologies and species in Yemen and Libya. These activities, if proved to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures and ecosystems under section 3A, B, C and D of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the witnesses to present their evidence in support of the charges. Our witness today is Bonyan Gamal. Gamal is a lawyer based in Yemen, and he is Accountability and Redress Officer at Mautana, a human rights organization. We will also hear from Hassan Cardno, the Libyan Human Rights Director and co-founder of Aman Organization Against Discrimination. And we will hear from Sara Al-Areki, who is also from Yemen, and Karim Salem of Cairo Institute of Human Rights. Karim will be our translator for today. You will hear the witnesses via video link, and the translation will be by Karim. You can find the biographies of the additional witnesses in the file that has been given to you, and they will all address the court directly. Over to you.
Yes. حسن.
نعم. والسادة كيف ما أعرف.
Yeah. Hassan.
Yes.
الصوت
كريم.
بيقطع. هل ممكن تبتدي من الأول وتتكلم بصوت عالي؟
واضح الصوت؟
دلوقتي واضح. حاول. نعم.
كريم.
أيوة دلوقتي أنا سامعك، لكن الصوت بيقطع، ما بسمعكش لما بتبتدي تتكلم. عايز تشيل الفيديو يمكن؟
كريم الصوت مش واضح من
Okay, we can do so.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
كريم الصوت مش واضح بالنسبة ليك.
Okay. I am Bunyan Jamal, and I have in my I sent in my in previously my recording of my testimony of the humanitarian situation in Yemen and the human rights situation. Hello to you all. I am Bunyan Jamal from Muwatana for Human Rights. I'm here to testify on the human rights situation in Yemen. Since the beginning of the conflict, grave violations have been committed in Yemen by all parties to the Yemeni conflict. Muwatana has documented a lot of these violations. Big part of these violations are committed by the coalition led by Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Muwatana has documented until now more than 400 airstrikes, near to 500 airstrikes that targeted and killed and injured civilians or targeted civilian objects. In its latest report, Muwatana has documented violations that have been a big part of the starvation that's happening in Yemen in a report called Starvation Makers. These attacks did not just target the educational system or the healthcare system, but it targeted important infrastructure that is essential for the Yemeni lives. We documented at least 90 airstrikes on farms, livestock, agricultural land, agricultural tools and equipment, and also food stores. We documented at least approximately 25 coalition airstrikes on water sites, water infrastructure and means of water transportation. We have also documented at least 16 Saudi-led coalition airstrikes on fishermen, fishing boats, fish markets, and strikes against fishing and in general in Yemen. All these violations hasn't stopped. The arms trade to countries like Saudi Arabia and UAE, on the contrary, I saw that the Airbus website published proudly that they have sold 72 Typhoons aircraft to Saudi Arabia, and these countries and these companies have a responsibility to know where their weapons are going and to make sure that they are not being used in human rights violations as they are being used in Yemen. These countries and these companies have the responsibility to stop the arms trade and hold accountable all the arms trade companies and authorities that has published and allowed for these kinds of weapons trade that eventually reached Yemen and killed civilians. Thank you. As I mentioned, we have documented close to 500 cases of airstrikes. These are the cases where we were able to reach and document. That doesn't mean that these are all the cases of airstrikes that targeted civilians and civilian objects. Although it is sometimes tough to get the remnants of these weapons, but it is very clear to be able to tell where they are going and what are they doing to civilians. And I'm sure it might be easier to understand using the very high-tech companies and equipment that created and sold these weapons and aircrafts for the final destination on where they went. I honestly wonder, in aircrafts like Typhoons, for example, doesn't it have techniques that are able to monitor where it is used, whether it is used to kill civilians or not? It should, and it should be easier to go back to the aircraft's records, to the contracts, to the information that is that should be obtained by the governments and the companies to prove that these aircraft or these weapons weren't used to kill civilians or used to kill civilians, meaning that the burden of the proof should lie there. In any ways, we have published a report on all the bomb remnants that we found. It was called Day of Judgment, and it shows the cases where we found bomb remnants on the ground, and we were able to document remnants from Italy, from the UK, and from the US. Our reports and hundreds of other reports by national and international organizations had published hundreds of reports and statements that clearly show how basic human rights were being violated by the UAE and the KSA in Yemen. For example, we documented, just to show the impact of one strike, in 2016, we documented a case in Al-Hudaydah. A family of 6 died in that strike, including an unborn child. We found bomb remnants and analyzed it. We found out that it belonged to RWM Italia of the German Rheinmetall. That strike destroyed a bigger family home and all their farm. Until today, that family still suffers from that airstrike's impact. They live now in small hay houses. They cannot, until now, rebuild their houses. They cannot rebuild their farms from which they live. And they still suffer from psychological impacts to their bigger family, to their loved ones. Okay.
They until now couldn't buy any new equipment to rebuild their farms and start growing their crops again. And in last year, a family member said to us that he only wants justice. And we realized that we've been trying. We filed a criminal complaint in Italy. But we realized that until now, all the legal standards, all the international legal standards, and all the legal articles of the world seem to fail to provide any shape of justice to him and his family. And this is unfortunately very frustrating for us and for the families. It shows the importance of accountability. It shows the importance of a stand for these victims that have been suffering from these kinds of airstrikes for 7 years now, more than 7 years, and there should be very direct and very clear procedures and laws that ensure accountability. And with all that said, and knowing that it's very frustrating, we see that there are some European countries that were part of the core group that pushed for the GEE renewal in September. And we saw that there are some steps for peace in Yemen by some European countries, but these steps, along with the arms trade, contradict each other. Although they are very helpful and they are real good steps for peace in Yemen that should go through accountability. It's important to remind people in charge of these decisions that constant efforts for accountability and peace inside these European countries or through any UN mechanism will make a difference. And it will eventually make the difference between peace and war for Yemenis. So thank you very much.
Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Sara Al-Ariqi, a Yemeni humanitarian aid worker specialized in protection. I will try to highlight today more of a general context information of the impact of arming parties to the conflict. As it is elaborated by Bunyan, it's hard to document specific cases from the ground for Airbus. So what most probably you already know, Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian crisis, but we need to emphasize here, it's a human, man-made humanitarian crisis. And personally, I believe it has witnessed one of the worst international responses so far. So we are in the 7th year of the war and no political settlement or peace agreement has been reached. The continuation of the conflict has not only caused humanitarian implication, but also the military and political precautions on the ground, which resulted in expanding the scope of war in different areas in Yemen day by day. So we need to highlight here, one of the factors of perpetuating the cycle of violence is arming parties to the conflict, which has created war economy market to inside and outside peace spoiler and has prolonged the cycle of violence. As you can notice, the number of internal armed actors in Yemen is on increase that cause fragmentations, divisions on the ground, politically and militarily, and these actors are financed, supported, supplied by external actors like Saudi Arabia and UAE. So, without going to the main actors, I know for sure you know a lot about this. There are different examples of the indiscriminate attacks against civilians documented by NGOs like Muwatana and UN expert. So in a report presented by the Human Rights Council for a group of eminent, it was said like Yemen people have been subjected to 10 airstrikes a day, a total of more than 23,000 since March 2015. This is the start when the Saudi Arabia, UAE started the coalition and started the military operation. According to Yemen Data Project, we have 18,400 civilians who have been killed, injured, and also 3,000, among them 3,600 women, and approximately there are a number of children. And by saying this, these are not only numbers, they are people who have had life, family, future, and dreams. So with the main aim of reaching hurting stalemate and military victories, all parties to the conflict continue to commit different violations of international humanitarian law with impunity. As reported by OCHA, as I said like before, I don't want to give specific numbers because for me these numbers are representing souls and human at the end, but we have 233,000 people who have been lost, who have lost their lives in Yemen since the start of the conflict. And one of my personal memories when I worked as a protection staff in Yemen in 2016 for a project that targeted IDPs, internally displaced population, it always breaks my heart coming the next day after an airstrike, where as a protection staff, I couldn't really do more than measuring the humanitarian impact. I had no chance to prevent it. So, according to a statement from Amnesty International, different companies such as Airbus, among others, have been integrals of the coalition efforts arming to fleet combat aircraft that has repeatedly struck civilians objects, including homes, schools, hospitals, marketplace. Those are companies who have made millions from supplying arms and services for the Saudi UAE coalitions in the campaign in Yemen. And according to the Airbus, I saw this one they're publishing, they're developing a regional industrial base relying on Eurocopter Kingdom, Saudi Arabia. It is the largest subsidiary located in Saudi Arabia with more than 120 engineers dedicated to the maintenance, overhaul, and modernization. And there are different types of Airbus that we can really go through. So as a civil society organization, we would need to ask these companies to explain what human rights due diligence they had undertaken to assess and address the risk of supplying arms and services to one parties to the conflict, which I personally think it's one of the leading parties to the conflict in Yemen. We would also be calling on defense companies to vet clients' past performance against human rights benchmark, build high expectations of compliance with international human rights law into contracts, and continuously monitor and audit clients' performance and use leverage to influence their behavior. If it is impossible, which is the case for Yemen, to avert the risk that arms will be used on human rights abuses, companies should avoid and cease supplying to weapons. State must move from fueling the conflict by arming parties to the conflict and move toward helping the end of the conflict by supporting justice. And I'm repeating what Bunyan was saying. Why it is hard, like for the accountability in general, we would highlight that last month, members of the UN Human Rights Council voted to discontinue the International Independent and Impartial Humanitarian Mechanism for Yemen, the GE, the group of eminent experts, who are mandated to monitor violations committed by all parties to the conflict. That is really unfortunate. And what I would really be asking is we need to support the accountability in Yemen and bridge the gap of accountability in general. According to the report, the GE sale of weapons on both sides of the war has exacerbated the fighting. And finally, with lack of political support among warring parties, third countries and companies fueling the conflict, applying high-risk products to dangerous the environment, states blocking ways of accountability. As Yemeni, it's really hard to have hope for Yemen. What is happening in Yemen, I would repeat this again and again. It's a human-made humanitarian crisis, and it's responsibility for all to collectively react accordingly. Thank you.
We can start with Hassan. He's connected again. We can try. Hassan, ممكن تجرب؟
كويس.
علي صوتك شوية.
تسمع فيها واضح هيك؟
تمام ممتاز. ابتدي.
اوكي شكرا. الاسم حسن كذلو من منظمة الأمان لمناهضة التمييز العنصري. أنا راح نقدم اليوم إحاطة للوضع في ليبيا. ليبيا لم تشهد استقرار حقيقي منذ 2014 لغاية اليوم، وذلك على خلفية النزاع المسلح بين الأطراف المختلفة سواء في شرق البلاد عن طريق القيادة المسلحة ليقودها خليفة حفتر، أو في غرب البلاد عن طريق حكومة الوفاق الوطني في السابق، وحاليا حكومة الوحدة الوطنية. على خلفية النزاع وين كريم الترجمة ولا نواصل؟
لو تحب ممكن تكمل، أنا بكتب. كمل واصل.
أوكي. كيف ما قلنا على خلفية هذا النزاع القوات المتناحرة الاثنين سواء في شرق البلاد أو غربه استعانوا بقوات أجنبية وتحصلوا على دعم إقليمي عن طريق دول جوار أو دول إقليمية أخرى لتقوية هذا النزاع واستمرارية النزاع لأطول مدة ممكنة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك أن هذا الصراع انعكس على حياة المدنيين بشكل كبير في عديد من الجوانب، منها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والحياة السياسية الغير مستقرة، بالإضافة إلى تأزم الوضع الأمني على رقعة جغرافية بالكامل، حيث توقف العديد من المؤسسات الخدمية عن تقديم الخدمات الضرورية للمواطنين سواء المواطنين الليبيين أو المقيمين في البلاد. وعلى خلفية النزاع أيضا توقف الوحدات الصحية عن تقديم الخدمات الرعاية الصحية، وخاصة في ظل جائحة كوفيد-19 في 2020 ولغاية الآن، ومن ضمن المتضررين منهم الموقوفين في مراكز الاحتجاز المهاجرين والطالبي اللجوء، بالإضافة إلى المواطنين، بالإضافة إلى المقيمين في البلاد. وايضا ادى النزاع الى اغلاق العديد من الطرق الحيويه في البلاد اللي يربط الرقعه الجغرافيه الليبيه الشاسعه، يربطها عديد من الطرق البريه بيناتهم، واهمها الطرق اللي هو الطريق الساحلي اللي يربط شرق البلاد بغربه بمسافه 2000 كيلومتر. اغلق الطريق لمده 2.5 عام على خلفيه النزاع المحتدم واستهداف المتكرر لبعض الاليات المدنيه بحجه انهم اليات عسكريه عن طريق الطيران الحربي سواء في حكومه الوفاق الوطني، عن طريق قاعده مصرات الجوي، او عن طريق عن طريق القياده العامه او اللي يقودها خليفه حفتر، عن طريق قاعده بنينه او قاعده الخادم او قاعده الجفره العسكريه. وايضا توقف وادى النزاع ايضا الى ايقاف الحركه الملاحه الجويه بين المطارات المحليه. كيف ما قلنا ان رقعه جغرافيه واسعه جدا، التنقل المدنيين في بعض الاحيان يحتاجوا الى استخدام الطيران المدني للتنقل من شرق البلاد لغربه او من جنوب البلاد الى شرقه او الى غرب البلاد. واستهدف العديد من المطارات، وادى الاستهداف الى اغلاق المطارات لفترات طويله، وفي خلال فترة الإغلاق والاستهداف واستهدف العديد من الطائرات تابعة لشركات الطيران المدني. ومن احنا ما ننسوش حتى واقعة في 2014 استهداف وإحراق مطار طرابلس العالمي واستهداف طائرات مدنية وأعطابهم وإخراجهم عن العمل. نفس السيناريو تكرر في 2014 في مدينة بنغازي، بالإضافة إلى في 2019 و2020 في مدينة طرابلس على خلفية الاستهداف المتكرر لمطار المطار طرابلس، مطار معتيقة الدولي، بالإضافة إلى استهداف المتكرر لمطار مصرات الدولي. لأن احنا في منظمة الأمان وغيرها من المنظمات الليبية وثقنا العديد من الحالات، على سبيل المثال لا الحصر في 30 أكتوبر في 2017. نعم في أكتوبر 2017.
خلينا نوقف هنا بس افتكر انت وقفت فين، وهعمل ترجمة ونرجع تاني. اوكي؟
واضح. اوكي.
تمام. So now I'm translating Hassan testimony. Hassan, he's a human rights activist from Tabuk community of Libya. He is a co-founder of AMAN organization working on monitoring discrimination in Libya. His testimony on the human rights situation and humanitarian situation in Libya. So Hassan mentioned that Libya witnessed instability since 2014, mainly with a high scale of internal armed conflict between the East and the West. This conflict has been fueled and increased through the foreign support and had a very destructive effect on the economic, social, sanitarian, and human cost on civilian, but as well has heavily distracted the school, hospital, and access to water and electricity. He as well mentions that the vital route between different cities in Libya have been distracted because of this conflict, armed conflict supported by foreign war plans. This include as well attacks on civilian airport. As an example, we can see in 2014 the destruction of Tripoli airport, and including the infrastructure of the airport and the civilian airplanes, as well as Misrata airport, the civilian one. From the other side, we can see that war plan had made strike from Misrata air base, military air base, Benina in east of Libya, Shedem. It's a Emirati air base in east of Libya, and then in the south in the Jofra. And then I will let Hassan continue the testimony. Hassan, لو ممكن تكمل؟ اوكي. لو حسن في دقيقة.
قديش؟
دقيقة، حاول يعني دقيقة ونص.
اوكي.
حاول ابتدي
بالاضافه الى ما سلف ان نحن في 30 اكتوبر 2017 شن الطيران الحربي اجنبي هو سلاح الطيران المصري استهدف منزل في مدينه درنا شرق ليبيا، ادى الى وفاه 17 شخص من ضمنهم 7 اطفال و8 نساء. وتكرر المشهد مره اخرى في 3 يوليو في 2019 تعرض مركز احتجاز تاجورة في مدينة طرابلس للقصف بالطيران الحربي، أدى إلى وفاة ما يقارب 44 من المهاجرين وطالبي اللجوء المحتجزين في المركز الاحتجاز. وفي 4 أغسطس 2019 أيضا تعرضت مدينة مرزق لقصف طيران انطلاقتها كان من قاعدة الجفرة الحربية، واستهدف خيمة مناسبات، أدى إلى وفاة 43 شخص من ضمنهم 6 أطفال أقل من 16 سنة. وتكررت المشهد مرة أخرى في 28 نوفمبر 2019 حيث قصفت طيران حربي تابع لسلاح الطيران الخليفة حفتر مدينة الشرقية في جنوب غرب ليبيا، أدى إلى وفاة ما يقارب 11 شخص من عائلة واحدة لم ينجو من الأسرة ما عدا رب الأسرة فقط الناجي. من ضمن الوفيات كانت 9 أطفال وأمهم بالإضافة إلى الأخت الكبرى للعائلة. المشهد استخدام الطيران والدعم
خلينا نوقف هنا، بعد كده هيبقى عندنا أسئلة وأجوبة. So just to finish with Hassan testimony, he was mentioning some specific cases where war planes had a high cost of human lives. So he mentioned one airstrike on Darna in east of Libya made by the Egyptian Air Force and killing 17 civilians, among them 7 children and 8 women. He mentioned as well attacks on July 2019 by Emirates Air Force on a detention facility for migrants who were obligated to stay in the detention facility, and we have at least at least 44 persons killed from detainees from asylum seeker. We have in August 2019 as well attack on a civilian place in the south of Libya, killed 43 persons, including 6 children. And the last one in November 2019, when war planes bombed a home in Sharqiya, and they killed all the family and except the father, including nine children, and the mother have been killed in this incident. And this is to finish with Hassan's testimony. I can as well just add in the few minutes remaining that the situation in Libya is very very dramatic. We have in both sides on the Libyan context armed group and paramilitary group acting and accredited as Ministry of Interior and Defense, including radical group, suppressing the public space, arresting defender, and implicated in high-level scale of violation against Libyan and against foreigner in Libya. This is something known by all the international community, and any support for this party from a state actor or a company should be held accountable, because there is a knowledge that you are supporting a group of criminals, and they are using the support for perpetrating further violation. And here for the case, if to mention the case of Airbus application. So Airbus application have been through the support to Turkey, a contract signed by Airbus and Turkey, where Spain was providing all the maintenance for the plant, and this has allowed Turkey to transport many military supplies for the Libyan armed group on the ground in the west of Libya. They are was implicated at least in 2 strikes, killing 2 civilians in the center and in Tripoli, in center of Libya and Tripoli. And this is what wasn't possible without the support of Airbus and the A400M, which a very big plane can take up to 37 tons. And transporting material. There is an observation of at least 10 flights in only 2 months when they started cooperation with these militias in the West. And it's just very important as well to mention in the other side that we had at least 70 strikes from Emirates Air Force. They used a Mirage 2000. So this is implicate another company, Thales and Dassault, French weaponry company, who were implicated directly with a contract with Emirates in 2019, providing them a Mirage 2000, and with this weapon they killed at least 170 civilians in Libya, besides the destruction of many civilian and vital infrastructure. And thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you to all of you. If I may begin, is that okay? Yeah. Bonyan, I have a question for you. you mentioned 500 airstrikes that you have counted, many others that you haven't. Someone else mentioned, your colleague mentioned, at least 10 airstrikes a day. How many years or generations do you think it will take for people of Yemen to recover from this war and to begin something like a normal life?
I have the Yemeni recent history and even far history have seen a lot of conflicts. And the time where Yemenis recover usually surprises me. Yemenis lived and under the ruling of Imam Yahya and what they called the kingdom, Al-Mutawakkiliya kingdom, for a very long time. That was very dark times, full of conflict and injustice. But after the revolution in 1962, it only took them near 5 years to change the shape of the country, to make it a republic, and to recover from a lot of what happened in that dark area. I believe that Yemenis are hungry for a state, for peace, and that the moment that this happens with real accountability, with real comprehensive accountability that reaches all parties to the conflict, all the parties that are responsible for these grave violations, then I believe that it will not take too much time for Yemenis to recover. I can see in the streets and all over Yemen that when there is a space for life, when there is a space for music, for fun, for life, people run for it. And that makes me optimistic that once this conflict is over, once accountability is here, it will not take Yemenis as much as people can imagine.
The technologies that are used now in this war and the technologies that were used in the 1960s that you talked about, the technologies now are far, far more destructive in the way in which they destroy infrastructure, environment, and people's capacity to reproduce life. And so I don't know if the two wars are really comparable in that sense.
It's different wars, different impacts. It is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world. My idea was there is hope and resistance and resilience within Yemenis that will help them overcome the residues of war. It will need a lot of work. It will need a lot of time. But I think it can happen, and I think we will be able to see it.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to ask? Or? Mm-hmm.
Shukran. I'm from the UK, and I know we've been party to sending a lot of weapons, and I'm quite sure that the many thousands of British citizens who oppose that would want to send their solidarity to you. I'd like to explore a bit more one of the statements that was made about the difficulty of bringing legal cases in Italy, I think, to hold those responsible to account, and the deficiencies of international law at the moment, and how you think they need to be remedied.
I will try to summarize my answer here. We've been trying to file any kind of legal action in order to reach justice. And I will be specific to the arms trade part. We filed a criminal complaint in Italy in 2018. It's been 3 years now. The Italian prosecutor dismissed the case last year. We appealed, and it is now under investigation, and we are waiting. It's been 3 years, and it's one case, and until now we couldn't we couldn't reach real reparations or accountability. It should be simpler than that. The burden of this proof and accountability should not lie on us as an organization, as a local organization. We had to go through a lot of means to be able to we had a lot of help from our partners, and we had to go through a lot of means to be able to file this criminal complaint. And this is one example. We are also part of an administrative complaint in the UK with partners as well, CAT, and it's been going for a very long time. And although it's not a criminal litigation, it is administrative, and it's gone through appeal. It had many decisions, and the field keeps telling us that it should be simpler than that. There are people dying in thousands. There are people who are being affected by these weapons, and the law is clear. The ATT is clear. The internal UK laws, the internal European laws are clear, but we seem to find difficulty pushing forward in these cases. That's why we are trying to push for a criminally focused mechanism with the UN Human Rights Council, which failed in September. But that's the idea. Us as a organization will be able to file all the evidence we have. People who've been affected will be able to file all what happened to them, and it won't be as hard as it is now for simple for simple procedures, for procedures that should be simple.
Thank you. We are very, very short of time. So I will just, if I may, take one question from the jury. If any members of the jury have a pressing question, I can, yes.
مساء الخير. شكرا على الشهادات وبتمنى لكم السلامة. عندي سؤال إشكالي شوي. هل يمكن اعتبار أو فهم المساعدات الإنسانية الغربية لليمن الجريح والمساعدات العسكرية الغربية للمملكة السعودية وحلفائها على أنها مساعدة واحدة، وبالتالي قد تكون هي استراتيجية لاستمرار الوضع القائم لتلبية أهداف عسكرية ربحية في اليمن. My question is whether they understand or recognize Western humanitarian aid to in Yemen and Western weaponry aid to Saudi as the same, and to what extent this can be conceived as a strategy in order to generate this capital.
There was an article, I think, by The Guardian that compared the profits by the weapons trade that the UK had and the aid that it distributed. And as I remember, the difference was huge, leaning towards the profits from the arms trade. And that's why I don't know if we can say it's the same thing, but it's not it's never a solution. It's never a solution or something that could replace accountability and proper investigations into these weapons trades.
Yes.
If I could just respond to this. Actually, this European kind of strategy happening in Yemen, happening in Libya, in Sudan, in Afghanistan, in all these conflict areas, you will find like this, both sides of the good people, good representatives who go to there saying, hey, this is aid to reconstruct and build the destruction. At the same time, the construction or like the destruction, the people or the institutes and the states causing or doing this destruction thing, they are the same all the time. Like you will find them the same. So they are the one that when Germany send the flights and send aids to Afghanistan, and at the same time they have a military operations there and lots of army trade there causing the conflict for 20 years. So this is kind of, I see it as a politics thing. Doing the profits and then, okay, there is a percentage that we can go in the public and say we are doing good things to just satisfy the taxpayers. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. And I think we would have loved to have more time to talk to all of you. And I'm sure the people here have time for questions to Hassan as well. But unfortunately, I think we are. Yes, you have a last question, Karim, or did you?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So very quickly to answer a little bit your question, I think I don't think like Bunyan that even if the Yemeni people or in Libya, they are willing to end the war as soon as possible and to retake their previous life, it's very hard to overpass this trauma, and you will find children, family, and it needs a long time of rehabilitation, psychological support, and work on memory and to non-repetition. So it's something which will cost and will take a lot of time to reparation. On the difficulty on the international law, two main issues here we can mention. The first one is when we have the boycott on buying on selling weapon. Selling weapon include maintenance, and maintenance it's a lot of money in the contract of selling weapon. And here, if Airbus is contracting with Turkey at one time, and then Turkey is using this weapon after 2 years in human rights violation, Airbus will continue to provide maintenance and will not make an evaluation. And this is very dangerous. And this is, we can see it in the French ministry, government answering on that and saying that we will not follow the development after signing the contract. So this is a legal obstacle that need to be as well advocated for a replacement and to fill this gap. As well, multinational companies should be as well responsible of the work of the subcontractor they are dealing with. And the last thing, I don't agree that the same actors are giving support for humanitarian aid and the one giving destruction. Here we are speaking on a company using profit, and the aid, the humanitarian aid, comes from the taxpayers in the EU. So it's a issue of how this money is managed. But it's not too, we should as well maybe question if the Emirates or Saudi Arabia, who had non-transparent way of funding for humanitarian aid, but if the taxpayer in Netherlands or in France are paying tax and some of this tax go to humanitarian aid, we shouldn't put it in the same bag with representative from the executive or company who are violating human rights as well. We should separate the different actors as well, I think. And thank you.
No, thank you. That's an important distinction, that the Dutch taxpayers pay for the humanitarian aid and Airbus makes the profits from the war and selling arms. It's an important distinction to make.
Can I?
Yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
I would just I would just repeat what Karim has said, because the Gulf countries is one of the actors who are supporting with the humanitarian aid to Yemen. But what I would really like to say is that we need to separate what is really accountability and the humanitarian aid. Like, this is you're giving to the people who are in need, but accountability should go to its process through the reparations for the victims, and for this, as I would repeat what Bunyan said, we need a criminal focused investigative mechanism that can monitor violations from different parties to the conflict. We need a criminal based on investigative mechanism that can collect, preserve evidence, which is not the case of Yemen until now, which make it really hard for the accountability. And reflecting to the question that was asked to Bunyan before, I can totally understand her. And one of the reasons why we have the cycle of violence in Yemen now, because we didn't have a proper transitional justice. If you can see, like, each and every non-state armed actors, they had the victimhood claim, but it was not dealt properly. So they had the past grievances, but we didn't really have a proper transitional justice so that we can identify victims, we can walk through the reparation, we can walk through the psychological and the post-war recovery, all stages through. So we didn't really have that properly in 90s, in the early 20s, and we don't have it until now. And I'm afraid if we don't really act now, that will be the case of violence, and it will repeat it again and again. We will not go through a peace or reconciliation if we don't really have a proper mechanism. As you can see now, it's really hard to make a case for the Airbus because we don't have, like, we rely truly and largely on the NGOs, local NGOs in Yemen, which is unfair because they are facing different risks. So that's why international community should sit together and have and contribute to having more of an accountability in Yemen, so that we can go through the transitional justice and peace and hopefully reconciliation. And as Yemenis, as Bunyan said, we are really resilient, but we need the support, the political support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as I said to you, I'm sure that the jury as well as the judges here would like to have ask you many more questions, but unfortunately we have very limited time. So we need to move now to the next stage of this process, which is making a decision just for the sake of our guests. In the third session, we have been hearing about Airbus since morning. You are the third witness today. So we have heard considerable evidence today, and it's now time for us to deliberate on that evidence and to see what conclusions we can come to. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you, Bunyan, thank you, Hassan, thank you, Sarah and Karim, for your contributions and for your participation today. If there is anyone for the defense, this is again another opportunity. Anyone for Airbus or anyone for the state? Yes?
I'd like to speak for Airbus.
Okay.
Maybe it's just stating the obvious, and in the name of Airbus, I'd say we do not care about your performative court in an art space. We didn't show up, as you see. You are a very little number to impact us. You can go on circulating these facts in your closed circles as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and we will definitely take on board your defense of Airbus when we assess the evidence and write our judgment. I would now like to call upon my fellow judges to speak, to share their reflections, and to give some sort of directions to all of you as jury. As we said in the morning, this is a responsible job. You have heard the evidence, and now is the time when you will have to make a decision on how you assess the evidence and your position on what you have heard. But before we do that, I will ask the judges to give their reflections and to share their thoughts on that. Do you want to start? Yeah.
So we've been through a long day, and from the time we started, there's been something which we've picked up on and seems to have been playing itself out across the day itself. I'd raised this earlier when I had spoken with the prosecutor and the witness. And this then got reflected in the last statement that was made from the person from Yemen itself. And that's where the person said directly, war contradicts peace. And I just want to remind you, when I mentioned all this morning, what did he actually say? He said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And if we look across what we've heard across the day itself, from Wendella, the residents, or at least the people that support Wendella and her organization, have tried to put forward information about the links, about what this company called Airbus actually does. But not all the information is available. And what information is available is presented in a form that doesn't actually match the facts as we see it. And we've heard that reflected throughout the day itself. From Valentina, we heard, and I had a sense of how opaque the law, the method through which we are meant to convey the facts, is actually set up. So that didn't seem like the mechanism to open up a way in which we can understand what's happening, but seemed to me a way in which that got closed down. And I think that also came through in the evidence that was presented, which said it was industry itself that wrote the regulations that was meant to open it up. Yeah? So that corporate and state link is something we need to bear in mind when we come to providing our judgment, yeah, on the case. As Mohammed then pointed out as well later, this is inherent in terms of the technologies that are being deployed. You know, it's very important that we realize it's not just the words, it is being put forward, it's in a propaganda form, it's publicity, it's marketing, that these are being offered to people in that form. And then with Karim and his comrades in Yemen and Libya, I think a message that very clearly comes out, you know, this conflict as it's currently taking place has to stop. Yeah. And the conflict as it stops, yeah, it's not just the human beings that are recovering or that we need to pay attention to. It's those living systems, those biomes itself that have been affected. So we may think humans may quickly gather themselves, but what of the wider destruction that has taken place? And that's something we also need to account for in this court for intergenerational climate crimes, that broader context. So from what we've heard, I would encourage people to take the view, if we can, we must stop the conflict now. And whatever means available to us should be used for that. But in doing that, and in, as our chief judge has raised, we must also ensure that this conflict, if it stopped in these particular places, don't occur elsewhere. And that's why I think in terms of the indictments against the accused, it needs to be substantive and very clearly stated. Thank you very much.
Nicholas, yeah.
I'd like to address the jury, or to those members of the juries who may be thinking, okay, well, this is certainly a set of crimes against humanity even, but it's war. It's nothing to do with climate. That surveillance of people is nothing to do with climate. It's not a climate crime. And I'd like to ask you to think beyond that, a bit more broadly, as the statute that we're using to try this process requires us to do. I noticed that, perhaps I just need my glasses here, but that in a way we live in a hostile legal environment. I mean, that was made very clear because of the way the law has been framed makes it very difficult to hold those responsible for what's been happening in Yemen and Libya and elsewhere accountable. But it also, the law is currently framed, makes it very difficult for us to hold those accountable for climate crimes responsible. We live in and try and operate in a hostile linguistic environment. I've noticed throughout the 4 days of the hearings, those of you, many of you have been here for the 4 days, how little has been actually spoken about the crimes against non-humans. We've spoken a lot about human rights and the impacts on humans, and I suspect that that is partly because we don't have the language to be able to talk about territories as being having agency. I mean, one witness from the first day talked about rocks in the Mongolian desert having agency. And it's very difficult for us to conceive of this, but the statute asks us to do so. And we live in a very hostile conceptual environment. I mean, I'm struck by, I was rereading during the last 4 days, an interview that was given by Sir John Horton, who was one of the founding members of the International Panel on Climate Change. And in the interview, he said, he was talking about what UN climatologists were allowed to look at, what the scientific remit to them was. And I'll quote, he said, that we're allowed to look when carbon atoms become mobilized in the atmosphere. That is what we look at. What happens to carbon molecules that are mobilized in the atmosphere? But we're not allowed to look at why they become mobilized in the atmosphere. So we're invited to look at climate as just a few molecules that are behaving badly. We're not invited to look at why climate is changing. We're not invited to look at the whole history of extraction, enclosure, colonialism, labor exploitation. None of these things are on the agenda at COP26, but they are part and parcel of what you, as members of the jury, are being asked to look at today. They are part and parcel of what makes a climate crime under this statute. And war is a climate crime because it destroys the conditions of life, because it undermines and destroys the collective right of all of us, not just a few people, to survival, because it allows companies to profit from the destruction of those conditions. That's what makes it a crime. And those who stand by, as governments do, either to facilitate that process or not to stop it, are also climate criminals under this statute. And that would be my direction to you as members of the jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't want to add too much more to that, but I just want to say that there's a clear line from what Airbus started doing in relation to creating these machines. And I was struck by the picture that you showed of looks like a bird with the shining wings, and it was flying through the air. And it reminds me of a story that was told to us a long time ago. Before the non-indigenous peoples came to our island, Great Turtle Island, there is a place where the old people prophesied about this bird that would fly through the air with the wings that didn't move. And they would drop something on the ground, like a big egg, except the egg was shiny also. And this egg would fall on the ground, and everything there would disappear. And the place that they had this vision was where they dug the uranium that they used to drop the bomb in Japan. So our people know how people that come into our territories around the world, they try to pretend that they're the creator, that they can make creation, and that they use their mental power to try to do that. But all around this room, and many more pictures that could be drawn, is the result of this idea that the human is the creator, when the human has been destroying and is continuing to destroy. And so if we're talking about intergenerational climate crimes, who is going to prosecute for all of these who have gone already and all of those that they're still thinking of destroying? So for me, intergenerational climate crimes in this particular case is somewhere, someplace, they decided that they're going to do this. And then they created a proxy war where they tested out their machines. And then they used those machines to destroy life. But we're not responsible because it's just a machine dropping bombs, destroying. That's not our responsibility. And yet all of the creation is being disrupted by their activity. So there is a link between your silver bird in the sky, the silver bird in my territory, destroy. And who has to be responsible for that at the end of the day? Our peoples who are left there to pick it up. So I'm asking you, think about that, because we have to think about the future generations. What is left for them? All of your children will never see these things that are on these pictures. Or the another 25 that the American government just announced on Great Turtle Island that they have destroyed. They are not coming back. The big-headed red woodpecker, extinct, gone. Never see it again. Our Turtle Island, rebranded and called America, that's what they destroyed, and they're continuing to destroy. So I think if we're going to take responsibility, we have to stand up and be responsible. We have to be adults. We're not children. We have to be adults. So that's what I think you have to think about. Are you going to be adult about it, or are you going to still be a child and say it's not my fault? So, thank you.
Thank you for that. And now it is my turn to share my reflections and directions to all of you here. I want you, we heard the defense witness today, who made a statement on behalf of Airbus. We should never, never disregard anybody, even if it is someone wanting to defend Airbus in whatever way. By doing that, we take the same majoritarian mindset and mentality that we find outside this court. In this court, we don't do majority-minority. We take all views with respect, and I would like the jury to take that view with respect and to give it due consideration. And I want to focus, I concur with all my other judges who have made their thoughts, but I want to focus my reflections on what was said on behalf of Airbus. And I'm reminded here of our own histories. And I want you to think about who makes history. In 1757, when the Battle of Plassey, we lost, and the British thought we were finished. We came back. In 1857, the British thought, the British nearly lost. They thought we were finished after that. 1947, we came back again because British thought this was the jewel in their crown and we would be there forever. And we are still fighting. We are still fighting the corporations, etc. And some people may think this is foolish. And you could say this for many people who thought slaves would fight and Haiti would hoist the first flag of a free, end of slavery. Of course, people here try to think that they've introduced abolition law and therefore slavery ended, but the Haitians were the first ones who said that, we don't recognize this. And then I think of our own indigenous people. Again and again and again, they were beaten. And again and again and again, people thought we would come, they were finished, they would be absorbed, they would be assimilated. And they are still there, and they are still talking about the indigenous people's slogan in our country is forest, jal, jungle, jameen, water, forests, and land. And that water, forests, and land remains water, forests, and land. It has always remained. When Israel was established, Israeli strategy was 1 generation of Palestinians, and then things would all go away. The Palestinians would all disperse around the world, and then some would become absorbed and everything. But we still hear everyday newspaper reports about Gaza and about whatever, all those things. And those things leads me to ask, and we heard from Mohammed today about patrolling and surveillance. And all those people, and there is a lot of investment put into surveillance because there is this feeling that by strengthening the surveillance mechanisms, somehow by policing, you can stop people from coming. And through all these things, there is one fundamental, what the statute refers to as the law of life. And that law of life I learned from my grandmother. And my grandmother used to say that if you stamp a worm turns, even a worm turns. Of course, it will die. If you have boots and you stamp it, it will die. But before it dies, it will turn. It will try to live. And her point was that survival does not depend on human laws. Any form of life will struggle to live till its last breath. This is the law of life. This is the law that this court accepts. Outside this court, of course, there is a law that thinks that surveillance can stop people from fleeing, but it hasn't stopped because there has been policing going on for a long time. People have not stopped coming to Europe because till their last breath, every human being will try to protect their families, their environment, their birds, their animals, their forests, whatever. Every life form will try to struggle to live. As my grandmother used to say, even a worm turns. If that is the larger law of life, we need to take that into consideration when we are in this court. And therefore, I would say to you, think carefully, what is life and why people, still talk about these things. Who makes history? Who thought, slaves would rebel? Who thought these things would happen? And to take a longer perspective on life and survival and what it means to be human. I think that is a central question that this court is interested in. What does it mean to be human? Can a legal entity like Airbus be human? Can we even expect it to be human? And therefore, answering that question requires us to reconnect with our own humanity. Because if we don't reconnect to our own humanity, we accept that a legal person and a natural person are one and the same. Do you accept that? That is the question, I think, that is central for this discussion. So I would say pay careful attention to whatever was said by the defense when you make your decisions. And on that note, I will call on you to decide We have heard evidence today on behalf of Airbus, on behalf and from the three witnesses about Airbus, about its surveillance, the legal infrastructure, and everything. So based on that evidence and based on whatever you have heard from the judges and their directions, may I now call upon you to raise your hands if you think that Airbus is guilty of intergenerational climate crimes as defined in this act. Those of you who say, wish to, and those of you who think that the state of Netherlands is complicit and responsible for Airbus's activities and whatever you have heard, the impacts, please raise your hands if you think it's guilty. Thank you very much. I think we have a very clear verdict from the jury. We will take away your comments, your contributions, your sentiments, your votes on the issue, and we will go back and write our judgments. When the judgments are ready, they will be published, they will be communicated in due course. When it's ready, we will have to confer amongst ourselves, the judges, and we will produce the concluding decision on the basis of your conviction today. Thank you.
That means the hearing on case number 4 of 2021 by the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes has concluded. Video documentation of the proceedings from here on belong to the public domain, and the judgment of the CICC will be published in the coming weeks. And together with the video documentation and together with the evidence that has been filed throughout these days at this court, will be shared with organizations and institutions invested in the struggle for climate justice. Evidentiary materials will further be used in the future cases that are currently being planned by the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes. The court, in length of our chairing judge, Radha D'Souza, wishes to thank you, the public jury, for your collective work today, for joining in this collective act of hearing, this political act of hearing, of giving your time to acknowledge someone else's time, if not lost time or destructed time. Some of you have been here since first day onwards, and those are hereby declared honorary members of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes. And you have been here throughout these 4 days in different capacities, not to apply the law as it is, but the law as it could be, intergenerational, interdependent, regenerational. Of course, I think there was a striking moment when the accused today spoke for the first time in these 4 days of the court. And there is something in what the accused said that is incredibly powerful, because it is an act that undermines, it's a conceptual assault that undermines the possibility of constructing something different. Because of course we feel, or at least I feel, now that the court, this procedure has concluded, I think as I'm stepping out of the role of clerk, or my position as clerk, of course I feel, and I think many of us feel, that we are here. Sometimes we are 50, sometimes we are 100, sometimes we are 120. Online we join with 1,000 more. What does it mean? If it is just that, even if it was 5,000, if it was 10,000, if it was 20, what does it mean? Compared to the infrastructures of power, the control over legal infrastructures, political infrastructures, economic infrastructures, what does it mean? And somehow, so listening or hearing, collectively hearing throughout these 4 days then results in moments of utter desperations. Like, is this place the only place where we can hear? And what does that hearing mean? Is the hearing an act of solidarity? And is solidarity the only thing that brings us close to at least a memory of justice? But it's not justice. Because all of the demands that are being asked here for independent investigations and cleanups of oil spills and mercury spills, even if we would have the infrastructures, it is probably not possible. Because that time is lost. That life is gone. We listen also in acknowledgement of injustice, not only to repair, but to recognize, to acknowledge that loss. And at some of the most powerful moments, at least for me, we were collectively performing the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. There were moments where public jury members took it as a tool to begin affirming the possibility of something different, at least the memory or the possibility of justice. Which does not mean that we should not support the Urgenda case, that we should not support the work that is being done on the streets and in the courts, and that if it's absolutely necessary that we even talk about human rights in the worst case scenario. Why not? If that's the tools that we have in the here and now to achieve something. But at the same time, we have to work collectively, or at least this was my experience of these days, to continuously affirm what it is that we really want. Not just to have to work within the conditions that our opponents have set for us. These are not our conditions, these were not our choices. And in that light, I'm thinking, the worst thing to hear in these moments is, what are you doing here? This is an exhibition space. And you're right, but you're right only in so far as we collectively say, oh, that's true, it's just an exhibition space. And that we do not collectively say, this is the court that we want and need, not tomorrow, not now, yesterday. And why can we not learn something from what the defense has said today? This conceptual assault that could be such a powerful tool for us as well, to look at their courts and say, you are the theater, not us. Your parliament, you are the theater, not us. Having said that, regular courts don't tend to thank all of those who make the court's existence possible. I think in this case it's extremely important that all of the organizing work, all of the care work that has taken place in these past days is named. So I wish to acknowledge the community and the team of Framer Framed that put their all into making the CICC a reality these past 2 years. Yi-Jun Kim, Emmeline Shinjin Lee, Frédéric Pissuis, Noah Bawitz, Wendy Ho, Evie Evans, Dinara Vasilevskaya, Betul Eli Altoolu, Rolien Zonneveld, Aliam Gar, Susanne van Lieshout, Jean Medina. A great thank you to Ashley Maun and Kees Stad, who have been researchers, building up the cases, assisting Radha D'Souza in making these hearings possible. Also taking care of some of the witnesses that spoke these last 4 days, because they disappear here off the screen, but they don't disappear the emotional investment that comes into being a witness, into giving testimony, does not just disappear. So I also want to thank Ashley specifically for making sure that there was a care support before and after these testimonies took place. Of course, I thank co-directors Josine Pietersen, Cas Bol, my own Roel, Joep, Ivo of Social Streaming, who have been managing the technical challenges in the back end with many witnesses coming in from around the world. My own team members, amazing studio coordinator Nadine Gouders, who did a lot of the research and production work in the back end, architect Paul Kuipers, designer Remco van Bladel, translator advisor, philologist Vincent Weyer van Gerven-Oei, who was also a member of the jury today in his linguist community, filmmaker Ruben Hamelink and photographer Sali Nilic, and of course Michael Klinkenberg and his construction and production team who helped us create the space in which we gather today. I thank all the prosecutors, all the witnesses for sharing their time and their trust and their truth with us these past 4 days. We were honored to have with us, physically, Faith Alube of the Kenya Land Alliance. Today, Mohammed Al-Khashef and Valentina Azarova. You gave us evidence of crimes, but you also gave us evidence of possibility, the possibility of justice. We thank our judges, Sharon H. Wen, Razikhan Maharaj, and Nicolas Hildyard. Each of you and your ancestors have brought decades of experience, of wisdom, of struggle into this collective hearing. You helped us to hear resonances across different struggles and across different time in order to reclaim the possibility of what could or should be a deep future. I don't think there's a way to repay this gift, just apart from saying thank you. And finally, a most heartfelt thank you to our chairing judge, my collaborator, Radha D'Souza, co-founder of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, a teacher, a friend, a comrade. Much work lies ahead for our CICC. Your ideas, your struggle, your work created its horizon, its foundation and its horizon. And I think all of us who have been working with you these past 2 years can say nothing but the fact that we are honored to trying to make that horizon a reality together with you. Having said that, I want to invite all of you present to stay with us for drinks and exchanges, and I want to point out that in the space upstairs, there's an important presentation, important exhibition by a collective of undocumented and documented artists, designers, activists, organizers called We Sell Reality. And they have made a presentation that engages or that provides evidence of the crimes perpetuated by the European Union against undocumented migrants and refugees. The exhibition is called Power Play, and members Hamo, Ait and Mohammed Noor are present here and would be happy to receive you. It's another way of engaging with evidence and testimony. It would be wonderful if you have a moment of time to share with them. I have the feeling that the chair of the...
If I may just have the last word, Jonas, as your, what did you call me? Your teacher, your whatever, all those things. Sorry, I've forgotten all the words that you used. But I just want to tell all our friends, comrades here, that Radha D'Souza would have been an invisible book in some library gathering dust had it not been for Jonas, who really brought it to life and made this whole thing into a public communication, a conversation. And this would not have happened without Jonas. So let's acknowledge that as well. So with that, I hope that together we can really work towards changing the discourse around climate, around life, around people, and all the things that we have heard in the last 4 days. But thank you, Jonas, very much for making this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.